of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays. Join our Discord to be part of the action. See you in game, Commanders. Beyond All Reason fans, welcome to King of the Hill by AllReasonNoLogic. Experience 2 or more teams facing off in epic scale warfare, where the Horde gang up on the Kings of the Hill. Kings start off with an economic bonus. They do their best to defend an onslaught after a no-rush timer expires. Test out your micro and defend against multiple players in variations of this game mode. Or be part of the masses. Team up with your allies to topple the throne in a glorious victory. AllReasonNoLogic, hosting King of the Hill lobbies, most Sundays.
ARNL is live.
Okay. We still need a couple more people before we can get this one rolling, don't we?
It's all right. Pray you let us know once the officials are live.
Yep. I'll swap over to doing that live. Let's get these mics unmuted and let's swap over to that lobby screen. Hello and welcome everybody to another King of the Hill live stream. Joining us today as the lobby begins to fill, and we'll be getting underway shortly. The YouTube should be up reasonably soon, and the Twitch is going nice and strong thanks to the 30 of you guys in the audience. We appreciate you making the time to come out and say hello.
Alright, just a quick introduction. I'm Twig, joined by the ever brilliant Pradith that was just speaking. We're with Tank Tom dropping in for some the special commentary throughout the games. Today we're jumping into our signature community showdown, King of the Hill, where we throw balance out of the window and replace it with glorious chaos. Here's how it works. A small squad of elite defenders, the Kings, start with a booster's resources. In the best central map control that you can ask for, they sit atop a hill. That comes at a price. The rest of the lobby, the peasants, are coming for them, and once the no rush timer ends, it's full scale siege. We will inevitably see the Kings holding strong, and we will also see the Horde tear them off the throne. We'll dive into the action shortly, just waiting for this lobby to fill up and see how our first game goes. Maybe we use this one as an opportunity to do a claymore. We haven't done one in a while.
I mean, if the player count is quite low, we very much so could give that one a
we
go.
can do.
Some huge names here.
You need 15 for Claymore, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah, 15 or 16 is fine, but 15's ideally it. While we wait for that, and Tom and Prey will set that up in the background. For those of you who are aware, and also those who are not, we are day 1 into the Beyond All Reason Alpha Cup 5. The tournament is currently live with matches being streamed on the official bar, Twitch and YouTube during game days. The Alpha Cup features a juicy prize pool of $1,000 generously contributed by the community members, including some of those who are casting it. Just want to say that's really fantastic to hear that we have community funded prizes. It just shows how much everyone loves this game. So the games are being played across a diverse map pool with varying formats from best of 1 in the early rounds to best of 5 in the finals. I do believe the format also has a losers bracket, meaning that a player has to lose a minimum of twice before being eliminated. For the most up-to-date information on match results and standings, it's best to follow the live stream or check out the official bar channels where you'll find links to the current game brackets. The second day of the event will be upon us about an hour after this King of the Hill stream ends. So in about 5 hours, I think. Could be wrong. Someone can correct me in the comments. It depends on how tired we get as well when this stream ends. Personally, I'm in the construction game and every day has been a working day for the last couple of weeks. So I'm super keen to watch these games, but I'm more likely going to be watching the replays post-stream. Also, I want to just add, I think it was back in Alpha Cup 3 or 4 where I did go watch a lot of these replays. If you want to improve your gameplay, I really recommend watching these games. Jump on the stream later today or tonight, depending where you are in the world. Study the build orders of these guys that play the game. A lot of them are very high level, most of them anyway. And yeah, I copied those build orders, learned what maps I was strongest at, and my OS shot up quite a lot back then. Okay, how are we looking? Looks like we've got enough definitely for Claymore.
Getting pretty close.
All right, we'll throw me in there, and then we only need one more. We'll kick things off really quickly. I'll post the rules for Claymore.
I can use this one more and then we'll be good to go. Ready up. The useful thing to do.
Okay, there we go. I do like this. The last time I was with Regeki, all the Kings lost except us two. And we still managed to just scrape through for a win. I did lose a lot of
As long as you
units
can keep
to...
a few of you alive, then there's a decent chance that you can make it out. Move back. We just need one more.
There we go.
There we go.
Even if we get 11, that's all right. Someone can be a
11
bonus player.
is just fine.
Once we're all ready to go, we'll get started.
And just for those watching as well, there is a no rush timer for 10 minutes. There's no air. Can't attack your enemies with any sort of structure. I think we're going to have to cap the units there. How do we, I mean the players here, so no more join.
That's right. Because I've already expanded it, we just have to hit start as soon as he's readied up.
Yeah. Where was I? You cannot bomb until the 10-minute mark because it's really easy for peasants to attack the kings just with their commander and destroy their very small bases.
Let us
Force
get
start
going.
that boy.
All right. For the stream, I'm about to drag myself out and leave the boys to it. If you're playing the game right now,
the King channel Twitch. We
What's that, Tom?
should jump across to the King's one probably.
Yeah.
yes, if you're playing in the game right now and you want to participate in either the Kings or the Peasant chat, feel free to jump on to our Discord. That is where.
Feel free, Tom, just to drag us out in that situation so we're not whispering in the background to pray while he's trying to cast it. Because that one is the casting one. Anyway, not to worry.
Please choose your starting location.
Okay, everyone picked that positions pretty quickly. The question is, do we go 2 fusions or 1?
I've been getting to the point where I can consistently get at least a fusion up. I've always struggled to get the 2. Getting an APHIS is always tight. But normally I make that decision once you get to like 8 minutes or so and you see where you're at and how well the wind's treated you and those sorts of things.
8 minutes, I like to start building units.
Half the time at 8 minutes, I'm still like the fusion's just coming online, and then you're rebuilding labs and things.
I'll just post a few rules in here. If
Bit of slower start to the evening this evening.
So unfortunately, we've got no regulars in the outer ring. Cannot see a
We've got
familiar name
regulars
there.
and spectators though.
Yeah.
You got Winera and Chrono and Beck.
So all mexes in the outer ring can be taken. The one either side of your starting 3. That's
What do you got? Let's go.
just giving it a few tips.
Battle started.
All right, concentration phase. Feel like getting greedy. Not practiced
Doesn't
as
sound like
much
you
as
at
you guys have. Oh no, this is not a good sign.
Yeah, that means that we've got some.
Sparrow, we lag.
That's yeah, Trilos.
Maybe we got a bad lobby. We're on AU6.
Looks like he is now.
Hello.
G'day,
Hello.
Rhaenyra.
Battle started.
It's only Trilos that is lagging, and he's jumping back fast again. He's just... Seems like him just having bad internet with how it jumps for him specifically.
Everyone else is 98s,
Yep.
99s. Sparrow's at 40 actually.
Oh, that is FPS. It's not that, it's his ping. If you hover to that up and down
yeah.
button, that is red.
I'm
Hmm.
not able to do that much APM. I already struggle in game, let alone.
But yeah, this
Um,
seems like a fairly unbalanced king peasant scenario.
Yeah, shit.
I
Outlaw is 61. Wow.
Both Reikeki and Outlaw, and then you three. Yeah,
Someone dropped.
it was
No.
Trilo. He has a connection attempt, so he's just re-logging.
Battle paused.
Who's that?
Stuff in your base.
People. Oh yeah, jeez. Well, our prediction earlier was correct. 2 people cheated.
Battle started.
I get to reclaim 18 metal for free now.
I mean, people cheating.
An allied commander self-destructed.
Somebody really doesn't want to listen, sadly. Tell Waigeki to get ready. Ollie, tell that in general chat. I was not telling you to tell where he was.
Battle paused.
Definitely a bit of a messy one to get going.
Battle started.
Been a while since
Yeah,
we've
the
done a
thing
claymore.
is that what I don't understand here with the Bovul is that he's stationed in the UK, and that's very much a primary English language.
I think I took way too long to get T2 happening.
Mine's only just about to come up now too.
I've only just started mine.
Low power.
Yikes. All the kings are empty as well. Gonna have to reclaim my wind.
I just realized you got Outlaw and Raigeki is doing some funky shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did notice a few interesting bits over there.
Yeah,
It's more like Outlaw has sacrificed a space for handing Raigeki eco or metal.
Don't see myself getting two fusions, I've decided. She ain't happening.
Reliably getting 1 fusions and 2 conversions, and then making the attack is still pretty good.
Fuck, I'm gonna be super greedy.
Yeah, that is indeed greedy. 8 minutes in and you're thinking you can get the second one off. That is, yeah. Don't get me wrong, you have it done in time, but yeah.
What am I up against? I have to build a... I need to build a radar.
Yeah, I'm not gonna tell you till you know at least.
90 seconds, shit. This is a bad idea.
Yep, that was the reason was like, yeah, maybe not greed the second.
Why is he over the line? Oh, I got 3 players against me.
That over the line is a radar and a mech that never got deleted.
Okay.
We have mentioned it to him, but yeah. Not much we can do from spectator for it.
Enemy commander destroyed.
That is very late detonation.
Oh yeah. I need a
10 minutes is up. Holy shit.
blind.
T2 unit detected.
Yeah, Tix beats Spanishers every time.
Yes, they do.
Oh, that is just sad to see what you could push through here now. And again, it was the one
Enemy
shift tank
commander
time, so
destroyed.
not surprised that you could just punch it through.
Yeah, I feel a little bad about that. Yep.
I mean, I would also say as a one shift, yeah, it's an event that is cool and everything, but it's probably also not what I would join as a new player.
Yeah.
Oh, he's targeting directly where the units are with the
Enemy
D-guns.
commander destroyed.
I feel bad.
Need to scale.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Yeah, this is definitely looking like a king victory by now, just because 2 kings have already won and the rest is
Enemy commander
still heavily
destroyed.
fighting. Plankton might actually end up getting the cow here.
So. Oh, so that'd be nice.
Coming to you, Twig.
Thank you. Just come straight into Grady. He's fucking me up.
I've killed 4 players now.
One of them wasn't happy that you did it, but hey, you killed everything.
Oh, I felt real dirty doing it. Like, don't get me wrong.
I mean, both of the bases were also just not prepared for this type of attack.
Enemy
Yeah.
commander
Got a
destroyed.
column at least. Hit. Hit. I'm actually getting attacked over here with my comm.
I don't think those bulls are gonna cut it though.
commander destroyed.
Help is on the way.
Come straight into the army if you can. I'm about to lose, I reckon.
Yeah, Pistons are not too happy with it. What did I read the chat?
Look, this one was not good. I felt this was a yeah. Yeah. Normally I don't go anywhere near this hard at the start of these.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Maybe I would have won. That's not enough snipers out now.
Wick actually being the one that struggled the most here is surprising.
Especially with my 2 fusion start. 3 players though.
Yeah. It's also why Outlaw hasn't the one hit yet. That was also the 3-player.
This should help you, Twig.
Yeah, I think I'm all good now just because
Anytime being able to kill his side so fast and spring over and help Regeki almost immediately, yeah, that changes the map fast. But yeah, Jaguars from the Kings are also just nasty because you can actually get enough of them so that almost nothing for the first 10 minutes doesn't really threaten them.
Come catch me. Oh, whoops.
That was a bull that didn't need to catch you.
Enemy commander
Poor
destroyed.
penguins.
Where's the constructor? There you are, you snoozer. Not that I need to do anything at all. It looks like everyone's won. Pro out for...
Warning, mines were detected. You're overflowing metal.
Penguin King.
Oh, he's got a fucking penguin, that's great.
I mean, they were getting beaten so soundly, so I don't mind them doing the memes here. And hey, there's a Penguin King.
Enemy commander
I feel
destroyed.
like though that Penguin is getting tased a bit.
How's the 2 commanders left? Oh, there's one over there.
Yeah, he has already quit, so you just go and kill it. The other one, since this just needs to end, is at Ollie's position. It's that one purple base that's not completely out.
Ah, yep, I see.
Ollie didn't beat your lane, I beat you. Even though you pretty much did
Oh, he
everything
did
for
beat
me.
it. He was ripped
No,
apart
I
there.
know.
He just left.
I know.
Huh.
You're overflowing metal.
Things are not dead here, apparently.
They are
Yeah,
absolutely
might
dead.
be
This is
someday.
just Ollie, you didn't cheat. This is you guys had won the lane. Like I could see everything. He had his commander. He just
Commander
retreated back
destroyed.
and rebuilt. Are you sure you are though, Ollie?
An allied commander has died. Enemy commander destroyed. Battle
Yeah, he
ended.
did get the cow. Nicely done.
T3 unit
Yep,
is ready.
that checks out.
Nice.
Ripping everything apart like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was rough. I might jump in and say hi to Prey for a sec.
Yep, no worries. We'll switch the teams.
Let's have a quick look at those damage graphs. Does look like Tank Tom and Twig have joined me in that one. Tank Tom, super aggressive play and a fantastic crushing of your kings early on. Very, very good job. Looking at the early eco, you can see all of the kings doing reasonably well, with just one of them absolutely soaring heads and shoulders above the other. When it comes to the eco, Regeki really does do the scaling very, very well. Damage dealt, Tank Tom absolutely taking that and never letting off the pedal. Great job there. As well as Outlaw constantly fighting for their defense. One of the peasants that did fantastically was the light green, right up there with damage and very, very efficiently managing their units. That was the Banisher play, I believe. So a bit of a fast win for the Kings. How did you two feel about this match?
Oh, it was a
I
struggle
felt
for me.
a little bad. I won that first engagement really easy, and then being able to basically roll the Jags through the back lines of most players.
I did like the
It was-
comment in the chat about Tank Tom's a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Yes.
I
That
have
was-
more experience in King of the Hill than I do in PvP at this stage.
Yes.
Tom, how about you jump in Peasants team this game, I reckon, and we'll see if we can
Yes.
even this up a little bit more.
Yes, it was certainly a little bit one-sided, but there was also, I think one of the reasons it was one-sided was there were 7 players who didn't read the rules. And so there were 7 players that went into early units, tried to expand into areas that they were not supposed to, and therefore lost a huge amount of time. So there were lanes that never stood a chance because of essentially losing several minutes in a 10-minute only slot.
Yeah.
So
Very
definitely that definitely did not help with the balance of that one. If you do want to see some more even ones of that, if you do want to see some more even matches like that one in that map, there are plenty on the AllReasonNoLogic channel. We've done quite a lot of live streams and commentated matches in that vein. We do need at least one more king. Let's get someone down into it who's interested in joining. And while that's going on, let's see if I can find some comments. The YouTube still doesn't look like it's live. Does not look like it is live. But on Twitch, yes, okay, whoops, I did make a mistake there. Thank you for... My apologies. One more king if we've got him.
I can jump down there if we need to.
Yes. Another wolf in sheep's clothes moments, regardless of which team you're on. There we go. Tank Tom has joined down there. Let's give him a plus 45 bonus. Twig, let's make sure we pop in there. And anyone who is watching, please do let us know whether or not you think if you can think of a better way to service these rules to try to.
Do we need to go to claim?
Raptor. When you have to do Raptor play
yeah.
over this, yeah, too much.
That's what I
All
thought.
right, let's change the map. We've had the lobby fill up quite quickly, which is, I wouldn't say that's abnormal these days, but unexpected for us. We're still quite surprised at how
Across those
popular this
boxes.
game mode is, but very, very appreciative to everyone that does join on in. Does look like the server is having a bit of a struggle with those star box while it loads up that new map. But once it lets me get command of it, we should be able to get that going. Please, Mr. Map, please. Webb himself, you'll need a plus 45 bonus. There we go. Yes, Ollie, I've read your comment. I understand. We're not overly... We're very new to having these overlays, so they are a little bit of a different thing to get used to. And with the start of that match with so many players bouncing in, I never had the trying to get in to see the Kings before that 10-minute mark. I never had the chance to look up.
Okay, 3 more Kings.
Yes.
Tasty 45% bonus for anyone joining.
That 45 bonus gets you 7 mexes and 10 minutes to then head on down and try to take out the King's best as... Sorry, take out the Peasants best as you can. Quell that uprising, as people have been saying in the in-game chat.
Okay, let me find these rules, which I have deleted. Awesome. How have I deleted the rules? Too much
How have you
copying and
deleted the
pasting.
rules? Yep.
I actually have. Wow, I need to make backups for these rule pastes.
I'm guessing you used a Control-X command instead of a Control-C command to try and get that one going.
Probably would have been deleted last week.
Considering that we have so many peasants, do you think that it might be worth bumping the bonuses up to plus 50?
36. We'll see who the last 2 Kings are and make that call right at the end.
Yes. Just remember, if you are playing in the King's position, one of the things that you definitely want to do is cover the other Kings if there is a weak link. If one King falls because of how clustered your eco is, all Kings will almost certainly fall. We've only seen 2 cases where that hasn't happened in quite some games. There we go. We have our 8 Kings who are going to attempt to reign supreme over what is now 38 peasants. What a big game as a second game of the night. Does look like there is going to be quite a range of skills in the peasants team, but if you look at that top end, we have some seriously scary players with some incredibly high OSs up the top there. Twig, what do you reckon? Oop, we've got one too many change teams. Bring that one back to a team 1. There we go. Twig, what do you reckon? 45s or 50s for this one?
Bump them up a little bit. I reckon you are right. We'll put them on 50.
I reckon I'll start from the top.
Okay, I'm starting from the bottom, and I'm going to do my best not to put anyone in spectate like I do.
Oh yeah, actually, Twig, you should not be doing this. You manage to spec everyone when you do this, and change their teams, and kick ban them, and all sorts of other things. It is a menu. It should be easy, but it doesn't seem to be for you.
I'll just let you do 6. I'll do 2 in the same amount of time. And I already am wearing glasses. for those wondering.
Too easy. All right. Looks like we are at 45 peasants. This is going to be a rough one. Let's get everyone readied up and into the action.
Pray, we'll use this opportunity to go through the rules so I can mostly just make sure that I haven't missed any. No rush timer, 10 minutes. Stay off the ramps. No structures that can attack anyone's base. Only defensive structures, so don't Juno the anything but the ramps really. Kings, no reclaim hat. Not going to go into details on what that is. If you don't know it, good. Co-op eco is allowed. You can build anywhere after the no rush expires and have fun. Are there any other rules I've missed for Raptor?
I think that you're pretty much on point there, but we do want to throw those rules into the chat so that the players can see them. There we go. If you're interested in being part of the peasant chat or being part of the king chat, so you can coordinate with the people that you're playing with, do jump into the Discord. I'm just going to let everyone know in chat that that is an option.
I'll paste the link. That's all good. Okay, IDs are a mess. Hello, Chrono. Chrono, one of our AllReasonNoLogic originals. Very good in the backgrounds. Knows all the technical stuff, all the codes. One of those geniuses of the game.
And is one of the brilliant players that is one of the brilliant people that managed to allow us to put our logos into the game as part of one of the, I believe it is the widgets or something along those lines. I cannot claim to understand how it works. However, whenever I launch into a game, I get a fantastically purple com shape under my crater, which makes me infinitely happy. So massive props to
the crater.
Massive props to the people in our chat. People in our community. They have been the ones to make this possible, and they participated in this for quite some weeks and helped us get the attention of the wonderful developers of the game that we really do love. Massive game, this one here. It's going to be 8 players versus, let's have a quick look, 8 players versus 48. That is huge. It's absolutely huge. Not a lot of space.
3, I reckon, last week's record.
Yes. So do you want to just post those rules now that everyone is loaded in so they can see them inside of the chat? And let's see exactly how this is going to space out while everybody is working out what they want to do, finding their positions. The big and important things are: do not cross this white line if you are the kings. That is a no-go zone. Do not go up those ramps. If you are a peasant, do not cross the ramps at all. Leave those completely untaken. Do not build defenses on them. Do not pass go. You want to stay completely out of that area. Do not build any defenses that can hit the eco below you, and that means that because of these cliffs right here, it is very easy to hit this eco here. Do not build those build towers. You have to give the opportunities the kings an opportunity to start. Now, one of the areas, Twig, what do you think is the win condition for the peasants? What do you think is the win condition for the kings?
For the peasants, it is really about making sure there is no lakes. You see in this Raptor Crater version of King of the Hill, or in this case King of the Hole, usually it's just one player or 1 or 2 players that maybe aren't as experienced, and they do leak a lot easier, which is no big deal. You lose some lanes, but the problem is if that player does leak, the back of everyone else's eco is right in the middle of that map, so everyone falls very quickly in King of the Hill Raptor Crater. For the peasants, I mean, based on previous weeks, it's just the top left, and Ragaki's up there. We'll probably see some commie eco in the corners, making sure that you have at least 2 corners getting that commie eco going. You don't want to do too much more than that, because everyone else has to focus on putting on that continuous pressure while you get some massive ecos going in the corner. do share your resources, do get those T2 labs up. And what has happened? We have an error.
One of the kings has dropped out. They left by a normal quit, which will make it quite impossible for the kings in this one. So I do believe it looks like we're getting a re-up. Somehow it has balanced it all. Please, something has happened.
Everyone switch to team 1, please.
Yes. Some technical difficulties. We are massively exceeding the intended size limit of the game, which is normally 16. Some technical issues may be abound. And look, I'm actually going to switch scenes like a madman. I'm definitely not going to forget again, I swear. I'm going to keep an eye out on chat to make sure that that does not happen.
Okay.
All right, let's start manually moving these players. Does look like we have a couple of people doing that themselves. Very good, very good. All right. So we're going to take away the bonuses of people who have left as a king. And... oh no, there we go. Let's add bonuses back now that they've rejoined as kings.
You got Trev Dog, yep, you got it all. And one more
Oh,
left.
Trev Dog has left. Oh my god, stop moving. There we go. All right, and oh, it looks like that player has returned and still wants to be a king.
Okay.
All right, looks like we are back up and running, and we should be good to go momentarily.
Voodoo ready up. We have a massive join queue, so I'm going to spec this asleep player. Sorry, it's a 0. Just rejoin the list and you'll be in the next one.
And the last one left is Flash.
Flash a few seconds. Ring, 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 ring.
There we go. Oh, that looks like they've jumped out as well.
Okay, let's get
All right,
things going.
let's get this one underway. Oh no.
Not going? Okay. Lots of players.
Yes. So let's have a quick look, see if we can find any duplicates. Nope, there's 12, 21, 22, 24. They're all okay. 2, 4, 7. There are 2 8s, so Otrab needs to be changed.
Okay, I'll change that up.
Yep. And that, I think, is everyone that needs to be changed. You want to give him something around the realms of 80 something.
Okay.
There we go. Now let's get this underway.
We need now someone to ready
Yep.
up.
Yes. Probably, it depends on the game size. Something this ridiculous probably won't run on a 2012 laptop, but in the normal 8v8, it should do. And look, I remembered I'm switching.
All right,
Yes,
I'll
at the
try
moment,
and
I do
keep up
believe
with
it
you,
is.
Prad.
Just to answer in chat, I do believe it is King of the Hole at the moment, which means that fix is not currently needed. But if it is, Chrono does have the tools for it, so hopefully we'll see. Hopefully, if it does invert, we will see that happening. Alrighty then, time for a much smoother transition this time, let's hope. Going to have a lot of positions drawn. A lot of people claiming spots, but we'll see whether they actually get them as positions load on in. So once we get a little bit closer to the start, let's make sure we paste those rules in. And for those who have already been listening, I know that there is a couple new ones out here, so we'll just refresh the rules for you. We have 8 players in the middle of the map. These are our kings. This is Kings of the Hole because of the geography of the map, not quite a hill, but it is the same sort of thing. The Kings all have plus 50 on this one, but they are up against 48 players, so this is going to be a very rough ride for them. However, you might not think that the difference between plus 45 and plus 50 is that big. You would be surprised. Over the course of that first 10 minutes, it could equal significantly more than 10 Jags. But adding 10 Jags will be quite the force to break through these peasants, who individually are going to have a lot less eco. Hopefully we're going to see some of these corners really group up and do their best. And based on that top left positioning, Regeki and Outlaw, who played well together in the previous match, are very likely to be working together nicely. Also looks like, based on the drawing shapes and the love hearts in the bottom left corner, it does look like we're going to be having some co-op eco there as well. Some quick reminders: stay off the ramps, everyone. Doesn't matter whether you're a king, doesn't matter whether you're a peasant. Do not cross the threshold of the ramps. Do not pass go, do not collect $200. That is one of the firm rules here, because these ramps are the only points of ingress into and out of the middle of the map. If you build too many defenses on them as the peasants, you are denying the kings an opportunity to play the game, let alone to do damage to you. Similarly, as the kings, if you completely deny all of the ramps to the peasants, same problem. A couple of other things to note: the air is off, which means that the kings stand a chance. With air on, that is just way too much density and way too many things for the kings to do. Why have we got a stop vote?
Very tricky games tonight.
Yes. Not sure what we had that stop vote called for. Didn't see a particular reason for it. Anyway, the other things to note: do not build structures and target them at infrastructure. So if you are on these high grounds, do not build gauntlets, do not build other artillery typed buildings. Those make it impossible for the kings to play. And I think those are the big and important rules. Anything I've missed, Twig?
No, you've got it all. I've
Yep.
just got a few messages in the background about the YouTube not working. Just making sure that key that I sent through, you only applied that to the Twitch stream.
Yes, I did only apply that one to the Twitch stream. The YouTube is the same as last week's. I can stop that stream and start it again if that helps.
We'll check. I just might jump in with Shadow in a chat and I'll be back.
No worries, we're kicking this one off. I'm going to clear that eraser, and we're going to do our absolute best to
Lou.
Hey mate. Yeah, sorry. So we've done nothing different this week. I've always done the YouTube in the background. Tom's always done the ARNL Twitch in the background. But Pradeth hasn't changed it.
Last time you did both the official Twitch and the official YouTube?
That's always Pradeth with the multi-stream. So he streams to Twitch and then multi-streams to YouTube the last 2 weeks. I've never streamed.
But on the YouTube channel, on the bar YouTube channel, not on the ARNL YouTube channel.
No, I'm currently streaming to the YouTube channel from my player perspective. So Twig is
okay.
Yeah, Twig
Okay,
always.
so then
I
his
always
work-
just do the player perspective. We were talking to Flo and what's his name, Nightmare earlier, and we don't know why it's not working.
Oh, okay.
He just pasted your key into the Twitch, and the names were wrong. I know they got updated, but for some reason the YouTube's not working. Would it help to restart the stream?
No, just the little button. Turn the little button on the multi-stream
Yeah.
off and then on again. That should fix it.
I'll jump in and tell him that.
Thank you.
Mate. Bye.
One of the AllReasonNoLogic community members. See from the little logo that splashes down on the background, took part in one of our tournaments as well. Looking around the rest of the map, very standard things to be seeing from all these players. With only 3 mechs, you're going to have to do your best with the limited metal available, and that means as efficient of builds as possible. And if you've taken one of these central positions, that means only 2 mexes, which means even less metal for you. Definitely work together to get those T2 labs between groups of you and share that T2 eco. Saves you from having to have the 3000 metal to build a lab on your own. Having a look in the top left, we are at 2 minutes 36, and we are getting a T2 lab down from Regeki. That is going to finish 35 seconds because they have bottomed out on metal. Regeki is sacking his comm in order to get that last little bit. One of the things you definitely do have to do to make this viable in the last little seconds. It also does allow for that T2 to actually be constructed with enough metal. Lots of players sending money to these players to get a super early T2. This is
Battle
going
paused.
to be very rough.
During
What
this
is going
pause,
on around
let's use
here?
this as a quick chance to do the age-old turn it off and on again pray with the YouTube button in the stream.
Yes, no worries. Let's turn that one off. And give it a second. And let's turn that one on again.
Let's check it out.
No worries. Does look like we are having some units being built. Yes, we've got players sending rascals down into the middle. Oh, we really do wish there was a way that we could kick people. Well, we could absolutely make those ramps impassable. I have been taking a look at the information to try and make a map specifically for King of the Hills, but there is a lot to the process. If anyone does have the ability to do that, then please do let me know if you'd be willing to help us make a map. Our dream is to make something very similar to this, but instead of these ramps around the edge, basically just a dip that is filled with lava, and then dropping down, which then drops down at the 10 minutes. Just a heads up to anyone scouting, even if you have the rover set to not to fire at will, that is not okay. Do not enter the crater at all.
Just to let you know, the YouTube is live now. A few technical issues there with the change of a key, but we are good to go on the YouTube.
Battle started.
There we go. We are. I'm just pulling that one up so that I can see the chat. Apologies if you hear something for just a moment. We do have Imex sending units into the crater as well. There we go, those units deleted by the ever so helpful moderators that are helping us out tonight. We really do appreciate the support of the dev team and of the community managers who are doing their best to make Bar the best game it possibly can be. And the fact that they do step in and help us with these is something that I still find it unbelievable.
I very much need it as well. With this many people, it's almost impossible. It'd just be a game of that hitting that pause button on the keyboard. I think the ink would wear off the button.
Good thing I have double shot PBT keycaps, which means that they are not printed on. The plastic is molded the entire way through, so no losing my pause key to this game.
Regeki 3 mexes up before 4 minutes
I know.
30.
What is this?
So
Like,
just
what actually is this?
quickly look at it's hard to read the stat sheet with this many players, but Metal produced 4,500. He's actually ahead of half of the Kings. Or about neck and neck with 2/3 of them.
It's just unbelievable. The things you can do, one of the things, I said this in the last game, if you are planning on playing Peasants, download this replay, look how Outlaw and Regeki did this, see if you can emulate it yourselves, and then come in and crush the Kings, wait for Twig and I to be in the middle, and then do this in all 4 corners and make us pay.
Looking forward to that.
Does look like we're getting we've only had a couple of small incursions into the middle of the map. It does look like we're also not getting we're not getting any defenses built on the ramp. There are a couple that are slightly incurring onto it, but because you need to prevent things from walking up those very slight edges, for example, units can sort of walk up around to this point. I'm not super fussed if the defenses are just that fraction down the ramp, because otherwise you'd need to build them all the way up that side. A little bit of best judgment and best just people trying to do their best there. Big difference when somebody steps all the way down the ramp and tries to build at the bottom.
Let's have a look at these Kings for a moment.
Yes.
Cream player, obviously 1 chevron, new to the game, just putting down some advanced solos now, so been bottoming out on metal quite a while. There are 2 mexes that they haven't taken yet on the left hand side, and the commander's about to box himself in to the peasants ramp.
Oh dear.
That's going to be an interesting lane to watch up against a couple players with 4 chevrons and 5.
I mean, if the comm does manage to blow up that first army, then I'm going to call it worth. But yes, definitely need to scale very, very hard as a king in those first few minutes of the game. If you're not getting that T2, if you're not getting those T2 mexes up well and truly before that 10-minute mark, if you're not going to get a fusion, you are definitely going to struggle. We do definitely encourage a lot of aggression, but you have to have the eco to back it up, and going so early into units is going to cost you and make this a very, very struggling point in the game.
So, what's your go-to for a king role in this? Where do you aim to have your base and army at the 10-minute mark?
I always try to get all 7 of my mexes within the first 3 minutes of the game. I try to get myself around about 25 to 50 wind, depending on what is going on in the early game when it comes to the wind levels. They do vary from 2 to 20, and that does massively change just how much eco you can get down in those first critical few minutes. But by the 10-minute marks, if I expect myself to have minimum 1 fusion, preferably 2, a T2 lab, so I start on bots and go to vehicles, and I want at least 20 jags. One of my areas needs to be defended with build turrets. The other one is just fine not to be, because that's where I'm going to absolutely ram my units down the peasant's throat. My objective is to kill at least 2 peasants by the 11-minute mark. If I don't do that in a game this big, there is very, very little chance of being able to win as the king's position, because there is just so much out here, so much control, so much micro. It will be a struggle.
When you're going,
what about yourself, Twig?
Yeah, probably my favourite, going Armada. I'm definitely more of a Cortex player in Beyond All Reason, but I do play Armada more in these King of the Hill games. And this unit here, the pink spiders that you see coming out down to the south of the map, are the reason for that. Being able to send them in, followed by some webbers that can reclaim any wreckages quickly. You do get that 45% bonus with those reclaims, and for those wondering, it's one of the rules for the first 10 minutes. Kings aren't allowed to use that to their advantage by reclaiming buildings just to get that extra 45% metal. But yeah, anyway.
Build orders.
Yeah,
Build orders being the exception, it is impossible not to reclaim your T1
Yeah.
lab if you're going for a double fusion, that sort of thing.
Nothing wrong with that. But I like to do 5 recluse to 1 Weber, and send them up at the 10-minute
Just got
mark.
a comm on the left side walking their way up into a base. They've locked themselves
Battle
out as
paused.
you expected, and now they can't get back in. Oh dear, I feel very sorry for this player. As you can see in the top right, 1 Chev OS 17 means that they do not have much experience in big team battles, and that one their OS has not changed. Their 1 Chev means that they are very, very new time-wise to the game. So going to be a bit of a struggle right here, and it does mean that Fabe has to face the consequence of
started.
that. There we go, that comm is gone.
Lost comm. That is the punishment, people. If you do breach the rules, a moderator might just suck away that unit.
Yes, thankfully they have taken mercy and given him a new one back inside.
That's a little bit cute.
I do appreciate that. When you're that low and that early into the game, it is very easy to make a mistake, because I did look at what he was trying to do. He did have it on a command to walk back into the base. It just got
That's
stuck
this
outside
10-minute
of the
mark.
base.
Point, which is coming up in 3 seconds.
Yes.
I do think it is easier definitely to attack on the left, right, up and down positions. Into the corners, you've got about double the players against you. So the red players, the orange player, the brown player, they are up against a few more players. The pink, the yellow, the cream, the pink, other pink, all have a more, I guess, susceptible opponent. And you can see when you're sending those recluses up that hill towards the purple player, yo. Not many units or defenses there. We got a welder, which is not going to stop 5 recluses. Cheeseman sending some Jags up. Definitely one of the best units in King of the Hill, but met by a lot of defenses. I do want to watch these recluses. They're going to be a bit more interesting. Looking at Wanira's player view, obviously can't see much there apart from this one welder. They probably think there's more than one welder coming over the hill, but that is not the case. Well, just 2 now.
Yes. Look at that. Just got a player building artillery above Prev Dog, which is not the preferred, and we do have these spiders that have come up and done a good bit of damage. The welders are pushing them back a little bit, but they have gotten up here. They have taken out some of the wind. They are going to take out that T2, and there is enough to take out those welders. This player is going to be in big trouble because they have zeroed out on metal, so they're not going to be able to get the extra welders out that they need.
Where the Weber would be really handy. The T2 lab goes down, just kill that welder, and you got nothing against you. I think we'll see it go down now, maybe. No, we are. Yeah, there we go. So there's nothing up there. We could just be reclaiming that metal, which put a few thousand metal back in the bank for Wanira. Having said that, 9,000 metal in the bank. Metal is not an issue right now going into an APHIS, but just build power being the issue.
Yes.
All Kings holding, no peasants fallen yet, apart from that one on the south side. Those those recluse still going through to the back of the map. I wouldn't mind seeing exactly what he's doing, going up onto that secondary hill. There are no defenses there. That player probably thought, oh, we've got a player in front of me, I'm safe, and that's not the case. We need to get some LLTs down. Going into the first unit being an auger is not the best choice. Need a little bit more awareness there, and this T2 lab will go down quickly unless this Sheldon can take away these recluses. Are we trying to reclaim them? We are. Probably the better target would be the build power here. We do get the T2 lab at least, so that's quite nice.
But that is very reclaimable or resurrectable, so this player might be in a bit of trouble, but they are not out yet.
Okay, good to see that the cream player has a bunch of TU2 units now able to defend their base. I do like the use of the mines here on the ramp. So, like I said earlier, the left-hand side, right-hand side of the map, probably the most susceptible areas. When you do hear the mines detected, it does play mind games on you. You don't attack as hard as you would, just knowing you could throw away your army, unless you've got quite a force behind you that you can afford to throw away that army. I do like to use ticks, rovers, rascals, and the like to clear out the minefields. You can always use a mine layer yourself to clear them out. In case you didn't know, they can detect the mines in any position and get rid of them.
Quite cheap too.
Put them on a fight command and they will take out all the mines in your path.
Yes.
A sniper and banisher doing work there on the static defense on Tank Tom. Sniper's the name of the game for Tank Tom as well, putting out quite a few of those. King's really struggling with build power here by the looks.
Oh dear, that's going to be... I've got a spider push on the right hand side, goes straight into an invisible comm. Half the spiders go down with only a handful of shots going off. Great defense out of ARNL. But spiders do still do a lot of damage, and even with those couple there, it is very possible that they could end up skirmishing and taking out that king, but Dog backing out of this one. Does look like it's turning into a bit of a shelling game right above that, with a couple of tremors starting to shut down those ramps. But it does look like we are coming online for this super eco corner with the double AFIS triple fusion, and now we're getting snipers, welders, and ticks making their way down the ramp. And this is something which is very key, and if you want to learn how to get a lot better at the game, there are some res bots right behind this army getting ready to reclaim any metal that is taken. Great tip right there, and not just for King of the Hill, for all game modes. That is a very, very strong thing to do. Snipers do stop a lot of those wrecks from happening, but any of the metal that you can take is important.
Cheeseman going to have their work cut out for them. Only just put their T2 lab back online. It was off for a while. Currently not scaling that eco with so much metal in the bank. I wouldn't mind seeing an AFIS drop down a little bit further away from the build towers and some more construction turrets being erected.
Yes. Looking in this bottom right corner, we do have a Razorback that has made its way down into the King's level, is starting to fight its way through Winera. Winera pushing it back with some hounds at the moment, and it is currently fighting into the Beamers and into the Dragon's Claw, but it is quite a tanky unit for this part of the game. Definitely going to be quite a struggle for the Kings if there's already T3 getting it down at that ramp. Looking in the top side, this sniper push is slowly making its way in. Great use of ticks to draw fire, great use of those welders to protect the sniper. Just trying to find quickly on the list, we do have Rigeki's APM sitting at a nice 31, not insane as of yet, but definitely quite up there for controlling all of these units.
What is the reload time for these snipers? You can see the bar slowly creeping up there. We do have 5 sticks on the front line here.
And between them, they have 31 kills, so very cost effective. And one of those kills is now a comm. So that's going to reduce the ability of the Kings to take on those T3 threats, which are usually taken on by D-guns.
We have
Spam and Jags
coming out, and that's going to push that army right back. In the meantime, Rigeki doing the right thing, going into another AFIS, expanding that eco. Is that another 2 AFIS, I think, actually? And we're going to see some more snipers come out. I wouldn't be surprised if we see T3 after that 4th AFIS comes out. There's definitely enough to afford T3. Might even see some Vanguards. They do work. Vanguards are allowed in this game, of course.
Yes, there is much more space between where the peasants are and where the Kings are, so the use of those units is perfectly
right side of the map
allowed.
We do have a early catapult shooting up onto the hill. It has done a lot of damage to this base up here, not taking out everything yet. I don't think they have visibility, just checking the player view. Well, we do see a fusion there, so I am surprised we're not targeting that. You can see all the smoke coming out of them as well. So yeah, have we got an attack command just up onto the hill? They're more worried about doing work. We do have Kargis though. These Kargis should come straight up and take these out.
Oh, that'd be very nice, getting the Kargis up there.
As Rigeki's pushing down, we've got another line of welders and snipers coming out of our Cyan player.
a lot more snipers this time too. 5 to 17. The kills are up at 119, though quite a lot of that would be spam at this point, because that is what's coming in to deal with it. One of the things you have to try and do when you fight this is prevent them from microing those units and individually targeting all of your bigger ones by having them moving backwards, not standing still. Does look like offense is now happening to the Webb himself. On the left-hand side is struggling to deal with
Argy's,
the offense from
on the
the
hill
left
now.
because of... Yes.
And that commander might go down. And that eco going down on the right-hand side. Almost 2 commanders now
But they
chasing
are
these
being
2
boxed in
Kargis.
by comms,
Yeah.
which is... and they're very close together, so D-guns will most certainly be able to hit them. Question is, can they kill that comm by the time it turns invisible again? The answer, I believe, is going to be no. It should be able to... Yeah, there it goes. It turns invisible before the Kargi can take it out. But massive spam and welders coming up that ramp, starting to take out Outlaw Elite as they push on up. The Razorback has done a lot of damage, but there is a lot coming up here. The Kings have started to come online, and they are starting to push out. But there is a lot to be defended. Tank Tom trying to do his best to help defend as much of this left side as possible. Fighting spam at the moment with snipers, not the most efficient use of snipers. Needs to get some welders in front of them. Their slow fire rate is going to become a problem. But we do need players to continue to assist the Webb himself. His lanes are very, very weak at the moment, but thankfully the Kings have banded together and stopped Rageki's push. The snipers are still somewhat alive. There are 9 of them left. The welders are pushing in, and we've got spam swapped over to the grunts because the Junos are starting to come in thick and fast to prevent the cheap and most effective spam. Does look like the attack on the bottom right has been effective, taking out one lot of Kings. The spam going through, taking out the bits and pieces that are left over, and the Karganeths just dealing damage as they waltz across and try to walk up the sides of many of these ramps. Attacking into the defenses is not the role that I would want to use these for. Get up into those eco centers. We know that these hills always hide a lot of extra stuff. We know that at the moment there is a bunch of vanguards on this bottom right hill that is going to continuously attack and kill these Karganeths until they're taken out. We do need to see continued scaling from these.
Coming through from the other side, they've come straight up the bottom of the map, and we're going to get a little bit of a sandwich going on here. So Stomper not reacting quite fast enough to all of the units coming to the right. Didn't realise that there were Razorbacks right in this back door.
Chain reaction. Spread your wind out, boys and girls. If you don't, that happens and you lose much larger amounts of wind much faster than you needed to do. One of the things that happens when the Kings do push past these defenses is that they get into zones that have absolutely nothing that can stop them. If these Razorbacks stopped dancing around these turrets, then they would be able to keep that push going, but with the extra reinforcements coming up the ramp, no worries. So this is going to be a nice big win for the Kings in this bottom left corner, as everything is pushing up, pushing through, and a lot of the peasants have fallen. But we're having a similar problem on the opposite side, where the peasants are pushing into the Kings very, very hard. The spam is no longer enough to keep them back. And the sort of units that you need to be dealing with this, you need your own long-range counter-fire, something like snipers to help take out those welders, but stuck on a vehicle lab, which means potentially going pulsars, but does not have the eco for it at the moment. Need to continuously scale. One thing we definitely can see from the King side is not quite enough conversion at this time, as some of these players are starting to get their T3 up and running.
Yeah, just remember, people, with the King of the Hill in this game mode, even though it does look like the Kings are winning this quite convincingly on the bottom of the map and the right hand side of the map now, with Trev Dog pushing up into the blue players, it only takes one lane to fall and the Kings are as good as dead, because that economy in the middle will chain react. So Regeki Classic on that top corner, a few other players doing work.
One of the other things to note is that even though the offense is going decently well on this bottom side, the spam and the offensive units are not working perfectly in unison, which means that many of the Razorbacks and snipers are falling just because the spam lines are not there. They're being
Tom's base being attacked by a bunch of ticks right now. They do just rush through, and they might get to this build power. The commander right there, nothing going down, but ticks really doing work. Tank Tom's army composition, mostly snipers right now, and the gunslingers do take out the ticks, but not very quickly. You're better off getting welders in front of those.
Welders, definitely welders in this situation, but Tank Tom is moving most of his defenses back into this lane. He's been trying to help the lanes above, but is having to pull them back just to hold himself, and that does leave a nice big gap as this squad of Starlights and Sheldons is now starting to push into the inner sanctum of these players. Webb himself not able to get the units out to defend. Does look like we even have some bed bugs coming in. They're going to try to get some of these eco centers. Hopefully there's enough build power inside the base to reclaim them before they can explode.
Going for that T2 lab by the looks. Wow, that does a lot of damage. One bed bug, two's going to take that out. 42% on one.
That's
yikes.
pretty good, actually. I didn't realize that. Tank Tom realizing that he has to get on the offensive, but unfortunately does not have quite the right units. These gunslingers going in, and Alright, they are gunslingers. Gunslingers a great skirmishing unit because of that healing factor and that range factor, but pushing them in on the front line not quite strong enough to do that. And now these snipers have little to no defenses in front of them, and they're having to skirmish off against the Starlights.
Only there was a little bit of T3 in that the bottom corner, because the very bottom corner has now had to swing to the right to stop the aggression from Pink, which is quite extreme at the moment. The Starlight's the perfect answer to that T3 that was coming up, but what's happening right now is they're being turned around. You don't want to turn your Starlights around because they are so slow, and if the enemy is marching towards you, they will shoot you in the back, and you cannot shoot backwards with Starlights.
No, you cannot. Thankfully, though, enough
commander.
of them get out that they're going to be quite the strong. Oof. Tank Tom's whole army falling over here. Not quite sure exactly what took it out. There were a lot of snipers, but there just probably wasn't enough spam defense.
Right, I'm just going to take your attention away to the light pink base. There is a single tick slowly. Just got killed as I was announcing that. Getting a T2 converter down to 70% damage before it got spotted.
Yes. Does look like Pink's offensive is going quite well. Rhaenyra very, very good with these snipers. Taking out a comm, taking out a lot of the counter snipers, and going to take out a lot of these Starlights. The spam is in the right place. However, they have moved just that little bit too close to a couple of Sheldons on the high ground, losing a lot of those snipers, them having to push forward into a bad spot,
Razorbacks
losing most of those
in the middle of the
forces.
map. I think this is all over for the Kings.
Yes, the top section has managed to push in quite nicely. They're getting to the eco. That is an eco center going, a second eco center going, a third eco center going, and it does look like this is going to be all that she wrote for the Kings. Unfortunately, just unable to stop the economic juggernaut, which was that top left corner, as all sides now starting to fall. Well played by the Peasants. A very, very hard fought game for the Kings with 48 players in here. This was always going to be a tough one for the Kings. Great job by Rhaenyra for pushing out. Great job by White Syrup for also getting right up there, and Trev Dog, the three players in the bottom right, managing to do a fantastic job, and Tank Tom for helping defend his new king on above him. Well played from the Kings on this one, but it does look like they have been overwhelmed by the sheer force of numbers and the micro and macro of all of the Peasants.
Rhaenyra's commander probably got only Aphises left after these other ones fall. Right in front of our screen. 2 Aphises left, sorry, 3 down there for Rhaenyra's base, and 3 commanders left. They're going to be cleaned up pretty quickly. There goes 1, 2 to go, and now 1 to go. Trev Dog's being surrounded by a few welders, currently hidden, but I think they've been spotted a couple of times, and all of those units being pulled in between all these beamers.
Yes, and that is... We've got a Scuttle coming in, going for that last Aphis. It's 17% on it, and it is taken down. That's the last of the eco out of the kings, and that is a peasant victory. Very well done to the peasants. Looking at that top left, we have 14 APHIS for Regeki.
Wow.
Damn. Yeah,
Let's get to
that's
those graphs.
that's kind of insane.
Check that. To have a peasant take out the Destroying Enemy Resources Production Award, that is quite rare for this game. So very nicely done. Having said that, yeah, those Razorbacks, just massive chain reactions, so it does make sense. I correct myself there. Looking at those team stats with the damage dealt, Regeki coming online quite near the end there. Very good aggression out of the pink and red players, like you were saying. And let's look at that energy produced. Regeki ahead of every king for almost the entire game. That is insane. Metal produced up there at the start and then taking over with that scaling that continued to happen. Nicely done. Regeki is quite seasoned at King of the Hill, been around for quite a few months and knows exactly what he's doing. Very well done to all the kings. It definitely looked like they were going to win on that bottom lane for a while there, but all those backline ecos reacted and managed to cover all the loose ends, cleaning up the mess and ensuring a victory from that top left corner. Let's get to the next one.
Yes, we shall.
So while we've got quite a few viewers in the Twitch at the moment, I'll just repeat a little bit of what I said at the start of the stream. For those who don't know, the Alpha Cup Season 5 is currently on 2-day event. The second day of the stream will be happening straight after, maybe not straight after this stream. We might have to go to bed. It's getting quite late here in Australia. So it's a 1 versus 1 tournament. I think there's about 100 players in it. There's a $1,000 prize pool, which is amazing to hear for Bar. I do believe that's community funded as well, which is even more amazing. And the matches are 1 versus 1 and a best of 1 series for the early rounds, and that changes into a best of 3, I think, and then best of 5 for the finals. You do need to lose a minimum of 2 games to be eliminated. So yeah, quite a lot of action happening there today. There was about a 7-hour stream while I was sleeping, so I missed it. But definitely checking out those replays later on. They are exciting matches and a bunch of big names casting those, the likes of Brightworks, Lost Dead Men. I forgot the rest, Kuchi. I'll get to them later. What has happened? We have had a crash.
Yes, I do believe that the mods may end up setting up a new lobby in a preferred server. I know that that one was having some stability issues for the players. Thanks, Ollie, for joining us. We appreciate you being here. And I did see you get that last APHIS from Winera. Congratulations on taking that one out and pushing all the way through with the rest of your team. We'll catch you next time. This stream will continue though. We're just going to get that one back online. Does look like Nightmare has kicked on a new server, and once that is, once we've given him a moment to get things up and running, we'll jump on in. So it looks like Tank Tom is in.
Yes.
Looks like I am in, and it looks like this server is populating. Congratulations and welcome to EU7, the most stable server in Bar that we know of. Glory to EU7 Classic, glory indeed. And let's hope that we can fill this back up with all the players that were unceremoniously kicked out of the previous lobby. And it does look like we are going to do that. Remember, 8 kings, and I do think that one of the things that we should potentially talk about is whether or not we should set a minimum chevron count for the kings. Because when there is one king that is new to learning the game, we do appreciate you joining in, but it is also massively impactful. It is 1/8 of the battle capabilities down there. So just wondering what your thoughts are on that one, Twig and Tank Tom.
I think that's probably not a bad idea. Whilst we'd love everyone to jump in, it does make it rather challenging when you're trying to hold your lane and the one next to you, because particularly with this one, if a single lane in the middle falls, then you've got access to all the eco and it goes pop real fast.
Yes, and when you're stuck defending and not being on the offensive, it most certainly does lean things a little bit towards the towards the peasants in terms of overall victory. Just had another server crash with so many people joining so fast. Did run into some slight issues if you've played in the 40v40 events that are hosted on very special occasions by the Beyond All Reason team, then you'll know that there is always some trouble when it comes to these servers with so many players.
How's your voice going, Prey? Do you feel like jumping in the middle this time? If we can get a lobby to work. There it goes again. Maybe EU's
It depends. I'm happy to jump in. I'm also happy to commentate. It depends on what chat really wants. If they'd rather watch one from my perspective, then I can jump in. Otherwise, I can keep sitting out and doing the commentary, or just leave that one up to them. If this is a much more casual stream, for example, if this is on if we're not being hosted by the official channel, definitely going to be in there playing. You're not going to get any casting when it's just us, but when we're here, definitely a good opportunity to show off what's going on and give people a good chance to have a look.
Just setting this one back up, Prey. You can try and join off my name, but I don't know if it will work. We've locked the lobby just temporarily to allow it to be set up properly before it gets swarmed and inevitably crashes again.
Yes. We are pushing the limits of what is possible at the moment, and but we did manage to get a pretty specky game in. It's not every day that you manage to do an 8v48 win or lose. It's still fun to be a part of.
Okay, we've got a player limit 40 to start with. That might change depending how many people jump in here. And for those just tuning in, this is King of the Hill.
Bruno, you have been requested by the devs. They are asking whether you might be able to invert the map for us.
He does have a newborn baby on the scene, so I think he's in and
Yes.
out of the room. I can invert it maybe. Oh no, but Chrono has that new... What Chrono's done is
new fancy
somehow
one.
inverted it in some places more than others, so that the ramps aren't as affected, but still allowing for those cliffs to stop any normal units walking up and down. We did have one game where you could just walk up anywhere, and no one realized it until about 10 minutes past the no rush timer, and then it was just all hell.
That should be the one we're looking for.
You've got Chrono's code, do you?
Yep.
I hope that's the most recent one after the he updated it where everyone could walk up
Yeah,
everywhere.
that's the one at the bottom, so I think that's the correct one.
Okay.
If not, we'll
Very
find out.
nice.
Here's Chronographer now. Pick him, boss.
Always a little involved getting these lobbies up and running. We are pushing the envelope on what the game was designed to do.
Is air off right now? There's a few different things. We've got extra
no.
unit packs turned on by Flow. Could be interesting. Tom, if you want to throw air off, it's just too much. Very easy to bomb at the King's Eco Center, because I can tell you where it is every game. It's in the center.
You don't have to get particularly
Are you
accurate, as long as
serious?
you get vaguely.
What do you mean the eco's in the center? That's crazy. That's crazy talk. We can't have that. Everyone,
If you get real
All
lucky, all
kings.
the ecos will touch.
all of the kings, you have new orders. Build your ecos in the corners of the map. I command thee.
Actually, I have found in these King of the Hills where sometimes 1/4 of the map does fall. It is a great spot to build your backup eco, get your res bots out there and resurrect pretty much everything.
Oh yeah,
And
you
a
have to
secondary
take the
eco.
ground. You have to actually claim the ground that you take.
Okay, Tom, are you hitting those kings with some bonuses? We know that it's dangerous if I do that.
Yes, we do not want people that have spent a little while trying to get into the lobby getting kicked.
55 bonus, maybe a little bit much.
Oh, sorry. That's me being
We're
blind.
going 50s.
No,
Actually, we only got 33
45.
at the top, so yeah, 45s.
Let's keep it what we always keep it. We get lots of wins from the kings on 45% bonus. I do think ever since these got a bit bigger, maybe a few more losses than usual for the kings, but we still had a win last week with 45%.
A big driving factor is whether it's fighting up or fighting down. This should be much more balanced because we've sort of squashed the map if it's what we're thinking it is. So the ramps should still be the only access points, but they shouldn't particularly be a huge fight up or down along those ramps for either team. No, we're gonna need some more people in.
2 more kings. Thank you for Wanira jumping down there. One of the AllReasonNoLogic regulars who hosts some of our 8 vs AI nights, Europe night time, I believe it is. And for those of you who don't know us, we are AllReasonNoLogic, Twig, Tank Tom, Pradith. We host these games every Sunday, whether it be on this bar channel or at home at AllReasonNoLogic. We find that these are just a real fun game mode for any skill, and it's good where you get some kings fall, some win, and creates kind of a very asymmetrical game style where you have a lot of chaos. One more king.
One more king if we can. Let's grab.
Can I get anyone else? I can jump in again if we need to, just to get us rolling.
If you are happy to do that.
There we go.
There we go. There's one more king.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. And it does look like we have a good balance down at the bottom right now. And a good mix of OSs at the top. It does look like a couple of the absolutely insanely powerful players have decided to sit this one out. We're not going to get another absolutely insane Regeki eco in that top corner, which might give the kings a bit more of a chance.
Okay, we're just going to do a quick
Rules
check
have been posted.
of some of these IDs.
Yes, yes. So just for those watching, one of the things that can happen with so many players is that multiple people get assigned the same ID. You use !S in the window in the chat, and that will bring up a list of everyone's IDs. You're looking for the numbers which don't don't fit. Yes. And then you can assign them new IDs by using the force, then the exclamation mark force, player name, ID, and then a new number. If you pick a number, it doesn't overly matter what the number is, as long as we keep them we keep them as 2 digits. I don't know if 3 will work, so just keep them as 2 digits, and make sure that they're not a copy of something that's already there. If you can see on the chat, there are 2 37s. I do believe that there are 2 16s and a few others spattered through. You just got to do your best, and once you've got it sorted out, you can start. You might have to do it a few times to get it exactly right. It does occasionally shuffle people
just
around.
A great suggestion there in the chat by Small. Need a widget for these IDs. It'd be great if they were colourful, or if there was a match of them. Just a little bit of text to highlight which ones.
Question is, do widgets work in the lobby?
Probably not.
I haven't seen any, but that doesn't mean
I haven't seen any lobby widgets, but if somebody wants to make a lobby widget that does everything for us for hosting King of the Hill maps, let me know, and we'll get you and we'll get you in the AllReasonNoLogic Discord, and we'll be best friends.
Yeah, let's try that.
Righty then. There we
That
go.
worked.
We are in, and I have successfully changed the scene. Sorry about that one for the first game. I really need to buy myself an Elgato Stream Deck so that I can just have the scene switching in front of me. I'm only working on a very small amount of space here. Definitely don't have enough monitors to do all of the streaming and setup.
I'm laughing because I've seen his setup. He definitely does.
I do not. I definitely don't. This complete and total. This is an insult to my character, and I don't have a leg to stand on, and I'm just going to be indignant about it.
So the best setup for these kings to start the game off is, you can see those little hills. There's 8 hills. So simply take all the mexes in between 8 of those, each king starting with 7 mexes. One thing I'd love to see is a 9 king start and have that 9th king take the 7 mexes in the middle, and then 6 around the outside for each of the 8 kings. That one super king in the middle going for T3. Maybe we'll see that in the future.
Yes, I would actually really like to see someone like Rigeki or Twig or Flo or someone along those lines, very, very strong player, taking all of those mexes in the very middle, dropping everyone else down to just those 6 mexes, but then helping assist the team in that first 10 minutes, then trying to scale themselves very hard to say 5 to 10 APHIS, then power down one area and start sweeping around the map. It would be a very interesting one to see. I know that we are planning at least one of these coming up to be a little bit smaller in the in lead up to Easter, just on our channel. If we do get that, we're going to trial a couple of things like Legion and like doing the 9 Kings. Just give us the opportunity to practice when we're not taking up the time of 50 plus people.
Hey, I just
But
want
not
noughts
to
and
mention
crosses.
everyone who's
got to point that out.
Oh, it's
Oh,
one of
that
my
you that was
favorite
doing
things.
it.
I
Roran just started filling it in, and I was like, I wonder what's going on.
I do love the creative uses. Somebody did draw an elephant on over the middle of the map, which I did quite like. But let's get ourselves into a little bit of the game itself. Let's have a quick talk about it for those that are jumping in new to the stream. We have King of the Hill right here, and this time it's actually a hill. If you look, because of one of the players in our community, Chrono, they have created a special modification which allows for the map to be somewhat inverted, but not as inverted as it would be if it was completely inverted. Please stop me, I'm rambling.
No aggressive ramps for either team to fight up, so it should be a somewhat balanced front, whereas without the modifications, it's a fairly steep ramp, and there's a definite benefit to whoever's fighting down the hill.
Yes. And one of the big reasons that we do this inversion is that the kings are usually less capable of building turrets that can attack down than the peasants, and it just makes it a little bit easier. We've also found the balance to be fractionally better. Like this, the kings have a little bit more opportunity to get on out there into the rest of the map. So, how can the kings possibly win this from the middle? Well, to start with, there is no air, which means that both sides are safe from that. No need to spend the resources to do it. There is a 10-minute no rush, which means that both sides get the opportunity to build up. And the kings also have plus 45, sometimes fractionally more, depending on the number of players. And it is their job to do as well as they possibly can in that first 10 minutes to get as much eco and as much aggression going on. Looking around the outside, all players need to stay off the ramps for that first 10 minutes. And over the course of the whole game, do not build structures that can attack. Do not build structures and use them to attack other players' buildings. So that means don't build yourself artillery structures right near the inside ring, you're more than welcome to build things like tactical missiles, EMPs, Junos. Just use them defensively, not offensively. If there is spam coming up the
Battle
ramp, feel free
started.
to Juno the top of the ramp. Do not Juno the place the ticks are coming from, because with the kings being so bunched in, they do not have the option to spread their stuff out. And
We're
let's jump
underway.
into this one.
So this one's probably the most balanced game that we're going to that we've seen tonight of the 3 games. First one, obviously, very much in the favour of the Kings. Complete stomping, thanks to Tank Tom's doing everything. And the second game, a lot closer, but still, we just had that extreme eco in the corner of the map. This one here, we do have Classic still in this game. They are a dangerous player in King of the Hill, but the middle of the map, everyone's got at least, well, I was going to say everyone's got at least 4 chevrons, 5 chevrons, but we do have 1 3 chevron there. I'm sure they know what they're doing though. We do have Legion on for the first time on King of the Hill, and we've also got the extra units pack on, so that's going to be really interesting. I don't play with those units very much, so do excuse me if I don't get the names right.
Yes, didn't realize those ones were on, so this will be a very interesting test.
Okay. I think everything's pretty typical here out of the middle. I do like starting where the light pink player did start, closest mixes together, so you can get 2 mixes pretty early in the game. All the other commanders starting back in the middle there, only able to get 1. Having said that, Rhaenyra has taken 2, even though they should be taking only 1. That means 1 king's only going to get 6 mixes. Oh well, is what it is. Sharing the love.
As long as the metal's being taken and used, it's generally not too big of a deal.
Once you get to that 20-minute mark, the kings are usually overflowing anyway in all directions, and it just becomes an APM game.
You start building the conversion for someone else and not the build power, so you can eat all the metal that they give you. Those sorts of things. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Does look like a couple of the kings have chosen Legion, and quite a lot of the peasants have as well. So we're going to have a different mix of units to usual. One of my favorite things about Legion is these windmills. Don't know why they're much more aesthetically pleasing than a regular windmill, but they are. Maybe it's because I grew up on Halo and saw windmills like this in Reach. Never forget.
Rhaenyra throwing the first T2 lab down maybe a little bit early, with not enough metal in the bank right now, but going to build a storage and reclaim that T1 lab most likely. I said that, a lot of mixes up already. Nicely done. Doing the exact right thing. You want to send constructors down the line of all those mixes instantly. The first 2 constructors you build. I usually use that spacebar command to just start the construction turret in base before my first constructor leaves, get the commander to finish off, and send that constructor on to build 3 of the mixes out towards the outside of the map, and then my second constructor doing the same down the adjacent line, third constructor getting into wind. And then yeah, these little res bots as well, jumping around and taking the little money, or sorry, metal and energy around the map. Not much to go between all the kings, but only 2 going for those crystals at the moment, and they'll clean them all up shortly for that little bit of an economic boost. I do prefer going bots at the start of the king position, just for those boosts that you can get.
One of the interesting things about doing a Legion build with this is because you get different amounts of metal out of your T1 mexes. I imagine that's going to throw a bunch of things out of whack.
You're right.
Yes.
So what are we looking at?
I would say that is
one
of the
1.5 compared to 1.9 for the standard mixes, so a little bit less. And yeah, I do prefer the Cortex and Armada Eco over the Legion in this one for that reason, because it is about getting to T2 in this game, not T1. So you can overcharge a couple of these maybe quite early. I haven't seen that out of anyone yet though. Keeping them all as the standard mixes. Only 2 kings going into the Legion.
T2's already up for the peasants.
Yes, T2's up in the top right and top left for the peasants. Has been since 3 minutes and 20 seconds in the top right and 3 minutes and 40 seconds in the bottom. Oh, sorry, top left and bottom left. Just came up recently in the top right and just started in the bottom right. So the peasants certainly trying to copy that co-op eco style and get all of their corners nice and set.
Hey, props to the players. No one's broken the rules yet. Last
Wait.
game there was like 10 at this stage. I shouldn't have said that. Shut up, Twig.
That's unheard of. It's that's official. I died, and I'm in heaven. I never thought this day would come, but we have people that actually read. Oh no, we didn't. One player down the bottom, building walls the entire way around the high ground. Look, it's not legal, but I'm just gonna let that pass. That doesn't really do anything.
It enforces the terrain, so I'm gonna say it's fine because you can't get bots up and down that anyway.
Yes. I do like these cameras in that top section over there. Probably a little bit early for them. You want to dedicate as much of your resources as possible.
It's a lot of cameras as well.
Early on, but it is what it is. Looks like some pretty heavy distribution of T2. Sitting around the map, there are already 6 in the top left corner moving around. In the bottom left, there are 7, and in the bottom right, there's no, there are not. Top right, just a handful moving around, just 2. So it does look like the top left corner and the bottom left corner are going to be very strong positions, getting that T2 to everyone as early as possible. The overall metal that you can give your team is super important in this game type. The helping your teammates is helping yourself, because the kings are essentially one unit that has to spread out, and the peasants are one unit that has to converge in the center.
If you can give that benefit to the person that's in front of you that's going to hold the line, that gives you another 5 minutes to build your eco to keep churning, so then you can actually push in with a solid force.
Yes.
Ray, with Legion enabled, do you reckon you're going to see your new favourite unit in the game in this?
I do not believe that the Soul Invictus is going to make it out. That is such an expensive unit, and if we were going to see it, we would be seeing Jugs in these matches far more often. But at the moment, we do not see those pop up very often at all, so I don't think we're going to get a Soul Invictus. However, if somebody wants to build a Soul Invictus, please build a Soul Invictus. They're so cool. Like, I don't know who designed them, but they are so damn cool.
What do you think we're going to see differently with this?
Up the next 30 in the middle here.
What do you think we're going to see differently with this extra unit pack turned on? Do you reckon players are going to go for those more expensive units?
Sorry, Twig, are you seeing what's happening at the Red King?
Yes. I didn't notice that was occurring.
That's awesome.
Is great.
That's really awesome.
Mm.
Getting an APHIS down and utilizing everyone's metal and build power. This is going to be very, very tough for the peasants.
As soon as it's up, the overflow hits everyone.
Are we going to have enough units out at the 10-minute mark? This is a great tactic, but I do have to say it's 8 minutes 30. This lab still has 20 to 30 seconds left on it by the looks of things. And we've got no spam going around here. If the peasants were building units right now and rushed them, they would be under a lot of danger. But I think it might pay off for the kings, because looking around the bases, there's only one army of blitzers on that right-hand side of the map. Apart from that, we're looking at a lot of eco-hungry
When you're
players.
in these situations, it's always a gamble to go, do you have enough defenses? Are you going to run into an impenetrable wall? Or is it going to be a few LLTs and you can charge on through? Yes. And a lot of that information you don't have necessarily, although it looks like there's some radars up that are giving some useful information. Not that you can necessarily tell exactly what the dots are, but you can normally guess. So it's going to be an interesting start looking at this.
It is, and with 30 seconds away, what are we going to have? I would love to see some spam. to support these T3 units. They are very susceptible to D-guns this early in the game. We do have some players that have encroached a little bit too far up the ramps. Just bear this one in mind. People, do not go onto the ramps. Do not go onto the ramps.
I think we're letting this one go because it looks like that player is
Yeah.
playing defensively, a little bit newer to this. Oh well. 10 minutes is up.
But we are at the 10 minutes. We are going to get a large number of blitzers heading through. And the only thing that's going to be here to stop them is 2 pop-up Dragon Claws. And that is not a lot to stop a force of 42
Tell you
blitzers.
what
We did
is,
mention
though,
that if
2
you...
Razorbacks is definitely big enough to stop them.
Yeah, that's definitely going to hurt. But the blitzers are faster than Razorbacks, aren't they?
We're going to get splitzers. They are, but they're not going to be
Blitzers,
faster.
speed 99 versus a speed of 69. So yes, they are faster, but it doesn't look like they're going to get around. Still some damage done. I would say that this is in fact worth it because it did stop those Razorbacks from walking up the cliff. Problem is now very, very vulnerable to go up that cliff. Does look like we have an attack coming up here. The camera's not quite providing the defenses necessary, but it does give advance warning and let those Razorbacks get around and go.
Unfortunately, those
Mostly
ticks were left in that middle rather than pushing all the way in.
Yes. Do have a comm going for some D-guns, but it does also mean they're going to be a lone out there. There is plenty of units to get a surround, but with the comm moving back into range of those turrets, not going to happen. But these shell shockers are definitely capable of dealing damage. Invisible comm heading up to skirmish with the Razorback. Comm just standing there waiting for the Razorback to make its way in. Does look like the comm may be able to get that D-gun on, and it does. This is why you need spam to accompany those big T3 units. There are going to be so many comms at the top of these ramps.
Push from the top right of the map with more blitzers, but this time going away from the Razorbacks, the better move. Not going to like the pop-up turrets that they're about to come across. Those pop-up turrets taking 2 shots per unit to take them out with a little bit of splash damage happening. I wouldn't mind once again seeing some splitsies in these armies, and we might have done some economic damage. We might still going to hit this first mix.
They are going to make it in.
And we will get the chain reaction off these wins if they pop, which
Yes,
they
there we
do.
go. So 1 Mex and 1 Wind, and for this Maroon player, that is actually a big chunk of their eco because they did not have a fusion. It does look like someone's built an epic recluse, and it is struggling to deal with the spam that is coming in around it. It's getting lots of damage off when it does fire, but still not the best thing at dealing with the spam, but all cleaned
What
up
do you
and
think
nice.
from this first couple minutes? Is this T3 rush worth it? Right
It
now
depends
in
on
this
what you get done
situation?
with it.
Like
It's held, so I'm gonna say yes, but it puts you in a weaker spot at that 10-minute mark because you've got a handful of high investment units, and ideally they're investments that you'd like to protect with something else around them. We've already seen at least 1 die to a D-gun.
what we can see on the left-hand side of the map is what has kind of put us off of using Legion in these game modes, and it is that napalm. You just spit it out onto these ramps on a attack ground, and there's not much you can do about it in an early stage of the game.
Yes.
Inferno is doing work, and they're just going to keep putting damage on these units, and that ramp's essentially going to be impassable if you got enough units doing the same thing continuously.
Looking like
Yes.
mutually assured destruction there with napalm on both sides.
Just pinging you down
Does
the
look like
bottom
that
there.
epic recluse has made its way down to the bottom of the map. This is a pretty big deal for the T3, but it is not pushing it deeper in, so only a couple of mexes go down. The comm that was defending this ramp is now down, which leaves it open for the Razorback. The big difference here was that spam, and the comm was not able to get the D-guns off. That Razorback should be able to clean up these LLTs, should be able to walk straight over these walls because it is a T3 unit. Those do not stop T3. T3 goes where it pleases. T3 is Mundo. And then getting into the back lines. This is what you got to do when you get that unit pass. Don't try and fight the things. Just take out as much of the eco as possible. Don't worry about those comms. They're not going to catch you. They are slower than you. Just keep walking forward. Keep dealing damage. These players are not going to have the defenses they need to deal with it. Don't stop to take out those wins. because you're going to be walking away from your objective. Your objective is to clear out this player in the middle who thought he was super safe, but thankfully because of that does manage to get it. Going for the going to self D that one, so there is no corpse. I would have waited a little bit longer, but I guess with those banishes out, that was the right call. And all of this damage has been done, all these units pulled back to defend, and now there is a group of Razorbacks getting ready to punch down. Looking at the top right, similar story.
Good response
over here.
coming through on this bottom side. Some units have made it in, and they're now seeing what they can find.
Some ticks over here, destroying that epic recluse. What a badass group of ticks, all of them. Absolutely top tier, many chevrons, many ranks. But now we have all of the Razorbacks pushing in, and the comms are out of position.
On the left hand side, we have pushed through that one ramp that I did say wasn't going to fall because of Legion, so I was wrong there. But the Belcher's coming in and returning fire. We might have a comm go down. It is our lowest chevron player for the Kings, but they're doing quite well. Kind of holding onto their base tighter than a toddler with a juice box. I think it will hold just because of the slowness coming out of these Legion units. If we get a reaction, that is, out of the teammates surrounding. We might not. If these pawns just rush on in, we'll see those winds go down, and then those energy converters should fall pretty damn quickly. If that commander goes pop
Energy
where it is
converters
right
do
now,
like to go pop.
Tom just sitting in that fire loses 10%,
pings.
15% of the health.
ping,
Got to get
ping.
these pings out. The team has got to get in and help. If this player falls, then that is going to be a whole lane that they have to deal with, that they no longer have the resources to deal with.
Being
This is a big
pulled
problem.
in the north, bunch of balls coming down. This pink player's eco is holding on by a thread, and that thread is just 3 wind turbines spinning around.
It looks like we're seeing the responses coming out now, so they won't quite crack the middle.
Well, com going down, nicely
But
done.
this does stop the offenses of the other players, and while this is going on, Wanira has left himself open to the attacks from his concurrent player. These phalanxes and snipers coming in doing what they can, but having to fight into Prometheus. These Prometheus very strong units. They can take quite the hit, and they deal a good amount of damage. Resbots up on the high ground, we do like seeing that. You've got to eat what you take, or resurrect it and claim the area yourself. Looks like Red's push has been blunted, those Razorbacks only managing to do minimal damage, and the yellow and the cream push also stopped in their tracks. The players still alive out there.
Still getting pushes through on the left hand side, but the opposite is happening on the right hand side. We do have some resbots trying to come up and do some reclaims on the right. They're not going to get much happening though. With a whole bunch of these Striders chasing them back up the ramp, similar speed though, so they're not going to quite get them. And all the Razorbacks responding to those coming over to save the day. And Resbot's very
One of the
important.
Razorbacks deep in the right hand side, unfortunately only able to get a lab and a little bit of wind. That comm is going to be in range to give it the D-gun. Did miss the opportunity there though and get taken out, so it does look like it's going to continue through. Those Sheldons should be able to clean it up with that spam though. I would like to see a self-D out of this one so they can't res it. It was a very good move previously.
Wanira with
That left
mass
side's done a
spam
great
coming
job.
I do like mass goblins. They are very cheap. And I do believe that they are not destroyed by the Juno, is that correct?
I'm not sure, but it's a really satisfying looking line with them all coming out like that.
Yes, if you're looking at the mini-map, that does look very nice. And these are starting to push on in. What we need from behind is some sort of heavy attacker that can make use of the vision and the stopping of the defenses. Does look like a couple of the Prometheus have broken this area and made it down into the area. So Wanira definitely pulling more than his fair share of weight in this in this left side and giving the pink player an opportunity to recover. Unfortunately, they are trying for that lab with low wind, low build power. They definitely do need to scale themselves back into the game. Getting units right, getting 1 or 2 units right now isn't going to make the biggest difference, but getting back into it and becoming a powerhouse to help in 5 minutes definitely will.
On the left hand side here, only finally do a bunch of pawns come over and help out. For a while there, it was looking like this base was kind of like a scene out of the Titanic. No one coming to help, but luckily that changed.
Do you like seeing the Daedalus? Daedalus is a very nice, very cool looking unit. Reminds me of a Zoid I built a very, very long time ago. A whole stack of guns on top. Very lovely. What have you seen, Twig?
Exactly what you were looking at the same time. I thought that's why you said it. You saw my cursor there. That's a unit I haven't used. I haven't used Legion much in the game, as you guys know. I do stick to the base game just so the very few times I get to play this competitively, I stick to the base game because I am no good at learning new things.
We have had a breakthrough on the right side after several attempts. There has finally been a successful one where enough Razorbacks have overwhelmed the defensive position and the Kings have pushed up. Big advice for the Kings: if you do manage this, stop production on a couple of units just for a second, get yourself a whole load of butlers or equivalent. Put some towers up here to stop spam from breaking out, take all the mexes, reclaim everything, get the metal, res it if you can get res bots up, and do your best. Does look like a counterattack is coming up of grunts. There is plenty for them to do, but there is also plenty of defenses, big hits by these vanguards, taking out a whole chunk of them, and spaced out LLTs and other defenses, making sure that they can't get in. But I do like the attempt.
Struggle. So
Yes.
I don't see any kings in walking distance, sorry, commanders in walking distance of these 6 Razorbacks, 7 Razorbacks.
Once you start getting an army of those, it gets very difficult to deal with them because you can't really overwhelm them with spam when there's enough of them that they can fill the space shoulder to shoulder.
And they do kick out a very nice amount of damage. They're decently ranged, they're very fast, they're a great unit for this mix. They're a great unit for this game type. So it does look like, even though we were a little worried about that T3 from the combined T3 from those players, it does look like it's worked very well, and sharing them out is very strong. These wins just a little bit too close together and chain reacting. You notice that as soon as they stopped being next to each other, they stopped chain reacting, means that you didn't have a full squares space in between them.
You have a little bit of
Does
an
look like
ABM
the
stall,
purple
but
player.
the Razorbacks have turned around. Going into the pulsars is not the right move when there's no energy, and you can see that pulsar just not shooting. Finally getting a shot off. Does get 50% in one shot, but better. I reckon the one pulsar with a bunch of spam would have been the better move. And this base will fall.
The Razorbacks would have had to deal with that. You could have potentially gotten the surround damage, the surround bonus, and you actually would have had the pulsar firing.
Danger
There
from
is a
the
lot of
Kings on the top left of the screen, and one of the new Cortex units, the Deadeye, well, not that new actually, it's been around a while, you just don't see it because it is an extra unit. It is kind of like a sniper with a triple pulse shot, as you just saw on my screen. I don't know if you're seeing that, Praedith.
I
similar
saw
reload.
the end of it, and I should see another. There it goes.
Yeah.
Do use a lot of energy.
Interesting
these.
unit. Very, very
That
energy
top left
hungry.
corner has done a good job of occupying this top section.
But it does look like
There
the
has been
top
a
right
lot
is
of fighting
falling.
going on.
Does look like the top right is falling as well, with another push down. Razorbacks backed up with spam, and then we have plenty of vanguards on the high ground, just
This
shelling down.
is
But
going to be
this is a
enough.
big problem. All the kings need to deal with this because everyone's eco is centralized. Once you crack a single king, it makes big problems for everyone. I don't
These
think there'll be
Vanguards,
quite enough.
Have they got vision on any of the eco yet? There's 4 of them.
Let's
that
have
are
a
being
quick
pulled
look.
back.
Player view. They do have a little bit. They know where the far aphis are, but they do not know where the close ones are. Getting an epic pulsar down for defense. That's a big boy. It does look like Winera is now getting into some of this eco with a few of these Cargonets, but a Bastion is going to be blocking it. You never know, we might actually be able to get the Soul Invictus out this game. It's certainly
are
going
about to
long.
see
The Kings are
an epic
well
ball
positioned.
come up in that lane on the left, bottom left-hand side. So the first huge defensive unit. They do work when they're up.
If you can
I
power them, that is. There's also
reckon
some mini starfalls that are keeping that ramp under control. Do like the use of the extra units where you can.
Another king going down on a peasant going down on the bottom of the map, the green player there. Not much between what is going to be a absolute dominating line of spam along with Razorbacks for the yellow and red player. I don't think there is much of an answer, so unless the bottom left come online pretty quickly, which they could do because there are 6 officers sitting right there doing their thing. Get some units out quick smart, because you're going to have some enemy on your doorstep very shortly.
I have officially joined the Kings team with my support because I want to see that bottom left side chain react. That is density like I have never seen before.
I suspect your dreams are going to be answered in a couple of minutes.
I may have made that prediction based on complete and total map knowledge. Because if you look at the top side as well, we've had very, very strong pushes. This Vanguard, Razorback, and Spam combo has been running a riot through this entire map. Very, very well done from these players. If you have a look in, Red is still producing all of the Razorbacks. It is the other players that are producing the Spam and the backup units. They've just left one person to do the Razorback, and they're working together as a singular unit. It's a Soul Invictus. It is the big boy. It is the Chonk Master. It is the best unit in the game with those shoulder-mounted lasers. Can you believe how beautiful that unit is? Kings need to stop attacking that because I am now officially on the Peasants team. This thing must go and destroy. Kings need to just submit to its awesomeness.
Having said that, Winera is building one too. We're going to have Soul Invictus versus Soul Invictus in about 50 seconds.
And that was the one that I saw.
Soul Invictus need to work together. Don't fight each other, join teams. Become the king. Become the Soul Invictus.
This thing, if it keeps... Oh no, it's backing up. It could probably have done damage against those AFIS. Can we see them? Yes, there is visibility for this player of that AFIS. But running away from those Vanguards, not going to get there, and Winera's commander conveniently coming down just as a backup in case we get a change of mind. Oh, yes. Green has made its way into pink space, and we are seeing the build power go down again. And is this commander going to get targeted by these Prometheus? I don't think so. And a D-gun taking one out, and probably the next one to come. Yes.
Where is this happening, Twig?
The light pink player just took them all out, but you can see their base is heavily damaged now.
Yep. Yep. Sorry, I was looking at the eco that got just taken out by the last shot out of a Razorback in the bottom, in the very bottom middle of the screen. So that is another player's eco's
doing a good job of completely shutting down that spam line out of Winera.
Look at him go! But now we have Soul on Victus.
The commander's in vision.
Oh dear! Pop.
Oh,
commander went pop.
We're going to see some build power go down if this is microed properly. This Pilum, I haven't seen the Pilums before, taking out the build power for all that Winera spam, and they could potentially get through.
They're in.
Uh-oh. There is Razorbacks coming to deal with them, and I don't know if there's going to be... Oh, it stopped. It did get a bunch of the conversion, but it's not going to get the big prize, which is the APHIS and conversion up there. Good hold by the Kings. But we're definitely... the Kings definitely are not out of the... Oh, we just had a... Janus go off in at that middle of the map. Just remember, people, do not use those offensively. Buildings are for defensive use only.
Our right hand side is down, but everyone's coming online now, and the peasants are coming back like it's a Black Friday at the gates of Costco.
Peasants are still ahead on eco at this stage.
Have we got enough?
Are they going to fight me for a TV or something?
I don't actually think that TVs at Costco are that cheap.
I don't know. It's just
those
you just
bags
see
of
people
like
do
10
crazy
pounds of
things.
nuts. That's where you get your value. That you have in the back of your shelf for like 3
Or
years.
if you can wait for the Pokemon trading card sets to go on sale, those will do you well.
These Vanguards slowly making their way, and King's very lucky to have no eco near that left-hand side of the map. I wouldn't mind seeing them come further south and pick on the weak link, I would suggest, with the light pink player's base going down. There is a Titan there though, which will do work against these, unless these snipers come online.
Need to spread out, but they are getting surrounded by the spam. There's good vision. The Vanguards are going to back out yet again. These things have been sitting around just doing a lot of damage.
We have a long range napalm launcher here.
They
lock off this.
died against the big dragon's furies. Ooh, calm down on the left side.
Calm down. And that's the hole reopened into the base.
Classic's base just got absolutely destroyed. He had been hanging on for so long then. That was the top of the map, but we do have a lot more of these pulls
Solid
coming
push
through.
on this left-hand side.
Yes.
I think this is getting
There is a
through.
big push heading into the Kings, but into the middle there. Plenty of defense to try and deal with this, but there are 20 of these Pillums that are going to be walking their way in.
Panicked command coming out of the Kings at the moment.
Spam trying to get in there and do their work, but these units are reasonably tanky, and the chain reaction right there, the build power going down. They really do need to punch in that little bit deeper though and get those APHIS if they can. Oh, big damage, big damage.
We get to
that
one
was
more
a lot.
set.
And they're still alive too. They're punching in for that next section. Razorback's going to get in the way, but I reckon these guys are going to get that eco center. I reckon they're going to get those pink APHIS.
Go for the converters first.
Yes. There we go. Oh.
Wow.
That's huge. That's the Kings dropping down by a little over 50% of their eco.
That is how fast it happens,
giant
people.
hole.
Just like
that is how fast these games can turn on a dime. The Kings have been doing so well, but that one big push, that one big set of units, absolutely massive. This is similar to what we saw the other day, where the peasants were basically completely defeated. They were down to about 2 players left, but they sent 5 juggernauts in, and if they had had a 6th juggernaut, they would have taken all the Kings out instead of losing. A jug does come up into this top right side though. These peasants have come online. They are taking up more of this eco, and with that middle section fallen, there was not the defense to stop that jug.
I tell you, somewhere a bar developer is watching and thinking that this is how we intended this game to be played. That was some good action.
Yes, it was. That was phenomenally good. And this is why we love doing the King of the Hill games. I thought this one was in the bag for the Kings. With cleaning up one section and expanding into it, this is a ludicrous amount of eco for one player to have, and fantastic additional attack vectors, but it just has not been enough.
Do love
and now the peasants are up 3 times the eco. So fantastic work by all that purple prettiness.
We do have a lot of recovery happening at the moment. Red is expanding nicely into the bottom of the map along with yellow. You can see some of those rezzed fusion reactors that I had suggested it was a good idea to do earlier. And look at the amount of res bots. We've got 400 of them going around the map, just cleaning everything up, making sure that metal's staying with the Kings. Hey, there is still a chance. We had a game 2 weeks ago.
The Kings are not out of this yet. They're in...
Yeah, we had all but 2 Kings fall and come back somehow, and yeah, after winning no lanes essentially, somehow came back just off of 2 ecos.
If they can keep peasants largely in their sections where they currently are, there's a reasonable chance that they can reset and make some decent pushes again.
If the peasants really want to get this one in the bag, they really need to clear the Kings out of half of that middle and grab all that reclaim. get it pumped into their own eco, strengthen themselves, and then get ready for some pretty massive pushing, because this is going oof. We just had one of Yellow's eco centers go down as I believe a jug exploded in the middle of it. That is a nice big chunk of their eco down. Very hard to tell exactly what's going on for the red team as far as their eco, because so much of it is reclaim, but they are sitting at, I would say without the reclaim, they're sitting well below that 1,000 mark.
Some more Pilums coming in on the left-hand side. I do feel sorry for Bid-O Iluf, the light pink player whose base has fallen about 4 times this game so far, but doing well to rebuild every single time, like not giving up. You see players drop out of games in bar when they get frustrated. That's not how to play the game. Just keep going until you know that it's definitely lost. I mean, I'm all for a resign vote if you're 100% sure you're going to lose.
Oh, I don't know. Somehow the red team has managed to turn their eco around, and they're currently well and truly ahead of the blue team. They hopefully will have an opportunity to get back into the game. 1.45 million metal for the red team, but this is...
Are these Pilums going to see?
Has been seen.
That's interesting. That is very interesting. Does this give a bigger explosion if it goes pop? I really want to see it go pop.
I really want to know that.
To find out.
There we go.
It doesn't look like the Sol Invictus Strike Force was able to defend this one. Very, very awesome unit. Look at its majesty. Look at all the little details, like even just on the arms, the little hexagonal patterns. I wonder just how long these took to design. I would really like to meet the person in charge of all of their designs. These are every now and then you see a unit in a game that is just something genuinely special, and that is what these are, in my opinion. There is just something about them that is just perfect.
They get too excited, right? We are on stream.
It's a giant mech, Twig. It is a giant mech. If you are not excited, there is something wrong with you. Oh dear. Does look like the peasants going to be making some pretty big waves in this. Sol Invictus is so close to getting to that build power, and once that goes up, that's going to be 5 of the very, very precious mexes. Oh, sorry, 5 of the very, very precious APHIS being taken down. It does look like it is going to self-D. Question is, can it take down those APHIS first? It does not. It gets eaten. It got eaten by the build turrets. That's I did not expect that.
Oh wow! Red has resurrected the infinite resources in now. Like, how come the meter's back up there?
Excellent. That's excellent. If as long as they can get the build power online, they have the potential to really push out massive spam now available from the yellow player. But it does look like it is just that little moment too late, as the Shivas are going to get in and take out some of this build power. The Great D Guns does manage to make most of it survive. Only one set of labs taken offline. Question is, what is the
work? I don't know if the peasants are going to crack through the top here. Having said that, most of the eco is now appearing in the bottom corner of the map with all the mexes. Those mexes are doing probably just as much metal as the conversion is at the moment. The hill looking very dissimilar to its former self. It's been built tall, and Kings fell hard, and it's kind of looking like they're emotionally unavailable up on the hill, but still somehow holding very much strong army presence, despite the bases being all but destroyed.
I do want to see these Sol Invictus heading up on in and trying to take out the eco centers up here. It's one of the only ways that the Kings might be able to get back into it, because then they will control this bottom right corner, and they'll be able to expand into the bottom left and turn it into a match that runs across the that runs top to bottom. Could give them a good chance, but the eco is still so heavily in the peasants' favor. It is now essentially a 4-1, though that could be just due to some reclaim shenanigans at the moment.
There's some big eco on the top right of the screen there, and you're seeing that with more Sol Invictus coming out of the purple players. got to see what you wanted. There isn't
I
just
did.
one or two of these.
I was
We're seeing
surprised.
them everywhere. This
Everywhere.
is turning into a big, huge game. I reckon it's lucky I
Oh,
hit the
look.
record button. I think we might have to replay this one on our weekly Sunday upload for next week. Been quite the action.
Very good idea. Look at this. Titans and Sol Invictus all in one attack. What a beautiful
More
sight.
Pilums getting through to the economy in the middle of the map. I think these are the unit of the game, even though they're Sol Invictus.
They're so
look
fast.
pretty. I'm a little bit more excited by these things. Maybe
Oh,
not
they are
quite
very
get
cool
there.
units, but
They're
they're not
very
a Sol
hardy as
Invictus.
well. Very hardy.
One of the things I like is their damage is very upfront. It's not like a Razorback where it takes a moment to do what it needs to do. If it gets in range, it's punching a hole in something.
That's 16,000 health.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. But Sol Invictus has 23,000. Sorry, 650,000. I don't actually know which is which.
No, we do have a Sol Invictus APM
Oh, sorry.
still on the bottom
There
of
we
the map, and they are being taken out by these bastions.
Oh no. Gotta be putting these on move commands. Get into that eco boyos. There we go, they're back up and moving. There are still 6 left. There's still a couple of Titans. There's still a Kagi. But these are exploding and dealing a lot of self-damage. And these bastions dealing plenty of damage to these units as they march in. But does look like there's going to be enough to break through all of this. Particularly if that conversion behind and those fusions pop, that's going to be a pretty big deal. There we go. Just keep walking down. They are on a move command up that potentially up that ramp or into the side of the cliff. Are they tall enough to shoot down?
Just keep swimming.
Just keep moving. But one of the things that is also happening is just above we have purple Sol Invictuses and Juggernauts and Spam and Shivas that are starting to absolutely push their way down and through. They're heading towards the eco centers right here. This is going to be super hard to defend. Just quickly jumping back to the Sol Invictus in the bottom left as they take out that first Aphis bunch. They are going to have to fight a Behemoth though, and Behemoth's ludicrously good at killing big units. That giant attack does huge damage. Leave them to their fate over there as we watch Sol Invictus on Sol Invictus action up here. The Juggernaut just deciding to run his way in, aiming for the build power. Does manage to get it. I believe that might have been with a missile or with some spam. And it does get the objective of taking out a lot of that conversion. This one Behemoth taking out most of these units over here. A second one, it does look like this corner is going to defend each shot out of that massive turret.
We got vision.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh,
Go for the build power.
Oh.
Almost all of it.
Oh, the density. The density of that spot.
If you get
way
them
to
to
avoid
leave
that.
at least a gap in a lot of things.
Yeah, quickly reclaiming those edge Aphis might have saved. That was great.
Look, I think when you're in that sort of position, and if an enemy gets up to you in that corner, your corner was probably going to fall anyway. So I don't mind the mass chain reaction. I also loved to watch it.
Do have another eco forming in the bottom right hand corner there with a bunch of construction bots that have built themselves into a big field of converters. We will see.
I don't think we've ever seen the peasants take this much of the center without winning yet.
That is very true. I think these donated Sol Invictus, the Sol Invictus airdrop is the only thing keeping the Kings in the game at this point. But they did play very valiantly, and it was just one big push that swept the game around. It was looking like Kings at the advantage, but now it is looking like the Kings are going to potentially bow out. Don't think we'll get quite the full team surrender, but shouldn't be too far off of that, as this Aphis Center is going to start taking some real damage soon.
Very nicely done by the
And there we
red
go, vote
player.
past.
It was not so much about strategy at the end of that match for the Kings and more about therapy with everything they just had to go through. A very long one there, 44 minutes, really nicely done by the Kings. I thought they had it. And yeah, that one
So
lane
did
falling,
I.
and that's all it takes. As Pillam's getting through and making that chain reaction pop. It's very hard to coordinate as kings, but you do want to try and separate those ecos out so that if you do get a chain reaction, it is only limited to like your little quadrant. Anywho, let's check out these graphs and stats.
Yes, red getting that Sol Invictus drop just after the 33-minute mark, and you can see the giant amount of damage done by those units. Phenomenally good unit. But beyond that, we see a lot of very high damage done by the kings, the orange player and the cream player in particular, along with the red and the pink, doing very well with that strategy in that top right-hand side, utilizing the spam and the razorbacks to great effect. And then you can see when the peasants came online, in particular the light blue player who managed to punch through and do all that eco damage. That is this big section over here as the damage graph goes up and up and up, though a lot of that isn't actually shown. The chain reaction damage doesn't show up on the person's damage dealt graph.
All right, back to the lobby, boys, and we'll get ready for the next one. For those that will watch this in the replay section of the YouTube, thanks for watching. Make sure to like and subscribe to AllReasonNoLogic, and yeah, jump in on these games when you're available. Okay.
Yes. Can we get some new kings potentially, if anyone is interested?
You have a big join queue there. Let's start moving those existing kings out while we can recognize those names. If you have been king, please move yourself to team 1.
If there are no kings that volunteer, you are more than welcome to step back down in a minute or two.
Had quite a bit of conversation in our Discord channel this evening as well, just looking through some of this stuff.
I do enjoy after these, I go to bed way too late knowing that I have to get up in 5 hours, but I can't help but read through all the banter that's been going on in the background while we've been casting these. It's a good read. Jump in on the Discord as well, people. There is that thread that I'm talking about, but also more so, the peasants and kings have a team chat that you can jump into so you can talk with your players if you so wish. Javi asking in the comments, are we going for a new map? It doesn't really work with many maps with this amount of players, sorry. We find that this is probably the only one that won't scare off half the lobby, because we do get some really good battles going into any other maps. There's usually not enough medal points available for 40 plus players.
Just to answer a couple of the questions in chat, what happens if rules are broken? Depends. If you severely break rules, you will be kicked, but usually the mods just take away the units that break the rules, and then and we let you know that you've broken a rule. Then we try to save any sort of harshness for people that just refuse to play the game as intended. Glad you're enjoying that. It's cinematic. I'm doing my best to cast it, but there is also a lot going on, so there is a lot of movement required. Yeah, that behemoth really did go John Wick. Behemoths are, if you can get them into position, behemoths are so good at taking out big units. They just deal so much damage to them, and they take so little damage from those other big units. Hope that you guys did enjoy it. Yes, it is worth all the technical difficulties. We do this weekly, and this is easily my favorite thing to do in bar. It has all of the thrills of PvP, but none of the stress, because the teams are so differently balanced. It allows for very interesting games, and just very, very happy to be doing it this way. Just going to add some bonuses to people.
1 versus everyone. We have done that before. You might have seen in our X Factor Live versus everyone video. He did quite well taking out quarter of the map, but then being overrun. Even though getting over 100 APM couldn't stop all the pushes that were happening from the peasants as they came online. We might try that again in the future. Maybe AllReasonNoLogic will jump down there.
But a SKEE, glad you managed to catch the stream just in time. Yes, I am looking at the YouTube and the Twitch chat where possible. I think Twig did mention this before, if you are part of the Peasants team or part of the Kings team, do feel free to jump into the AllReasonNoLogic Discord. There is a Kings chat, there is a Peasants chat, and it is very helpful for coordinating, particularly once one side is in trouble. Lets you know what is going on.
Okay, I'm thinking we are at 40 verse 8. Maybe we bump this one up for a few percentage for this. There's a 4-3 chefs. 4-3 chefs in there. Let's do a 50 for the Kings.
All right. Do
Start
a
at the top.
50.
I'll start at the bottom.
Everyone
Yeah.
can hate me if I've got
And
this
Twig
wrong,
will
and they
not
just
do.
yeah, I won't touch
a
anything because
single thing.
people will accidentally be kicked. We do have
You
quite
never
the
know.
What
Join
one
one
is
down.
us?
We do have quite the join queue, people. So if you are listening in and you're in this current game, for the next one we asked you to quickly leave at the end of the game and then rejoin that queue, so you're the first back in the next game after that. Probably got time for 2 more after this one if we're lucky. We will just keep an eye on that Alpha Cup tournament that will be coming up shortly.
All right, looks like we have all 8 players. They all have a plus 50 bonus. Oops, somebody has dropped out, so we'll just add one more bonus in. Make sure there isn't
84
a
people
bonus
in here
the
with
other
us at the
team.
moment.
What's that, sorry?
84 people in the lobby at the moment.
And we appreciate each and every one. Unfortunately, someone has asked about air. Air is a disaster in this game mode because the Kings either have to invest too much in defending it in that first 10 minutes and cannot win the game, or they don't and all of their eco goes boom because it is just all too close together. However, if you are looking to put the Kings on the back foot, aggression. Lots and lots of aggression. We have seen that you can get 40 to 50 blitzes. We have seen you can get 40 to 50 incisors by that 10-minute mark. And if enough players do that, it will be absolutely overwhelming. There are 40 of you. If all 40 of you decide to do it, then that means there will be 2,000 of those tanks rolling in at the 10-minute mark. Please, one day I would love to see that. The
Normally,
reclaim hack.
most places.
The reclaim hack, if you don't know what it is, don't worry about it. It just has to do with the bonuses, and the Kings can exploit it for infinite metal. We do keep an eye on it, and if it does happen, we will be quite harsh on that one because it's a pretty big thing that can change the game.
As long as you stick to fairly typical build orders, there's no
You'll be
issues. But
just
when you
fine.
start, yeah.
So, nothing to worry about there. All right, let's kick this one off.
We got all this sorted with player IDs. Big thank you to those in there helping rename those.
Yes.
Yes. Absolutely phenomenal community that has sprung up around this game mode. Hopefully, one day we'll be able to get a map which makes a lot of the rules not easy to break. Why only 8 versus 40? There are only so many positions on the map, and there is only so much that if you throw way too many players at the peasants side, you end up in a position where the peasants just have such an economy from the comms out of the gate that it is impossible to overcome. Similarly, if you throw too many kings in the middle, the kings are actually weaker because they do not have the economic base to start up unless they all play as co-op. And even then, it can be a little bit tricky when you're not on comms. We've found the 8-person start in this map is quite good. We also do other maps when the lobby is a little bit smaller. And that we do play on Throne, where there are 4 or 3 kings, depending on how much of a challenge they want to take on. And we do one in Claymore, which is a bit of a different style. There are 5 individual triangles. It is 5 1v2s, and when you win or lose your 1v2, you can then expand out and try to help your friends. Though if you've lost, you probably can't expand out to help your friends because you died. But that one is only suitable for 15 players, and Throne is only suitable for up to around about 25.
Tom, do us a favour and jump in and help look for these IDs while Praetus chit-chatting.
Let's get on down and do that. So /! gives you a lot of the IDs. It does look like we have got some duplications. Let's see if we can find them.
That's another reason why we don't make this any bigger, because we have this issue. We have to count through 48 players.
The part of it is that the servers only have so much horsepower, and we are using a lot of it.
Yes.
If this doesn't work,
there's 2 16s, so we need to move MIKOMIKO to something in the 70s.
Okay.
There we go. And I think that was the last one.
That was it.
There we go.
Good spot. Trust the actual host who's doing absolutely everything tonight and find the number. Good job. I could not.
I have spent a lot of my life dealing with Excel spreadsheets. If I could make a map by using Excel, we already would have a King of the Hills map. No questions asked. But that is not the way. That is not the way. Yes, in chat, Alpha Cup hype. We are looking forward to that one. I won't be watching live because after many hours of this, it will be very late at night down under. But looking forward to catching the replays on that one. I've been trying to pick up some tips and tricks. Something which I really want to learn from the pros is how to be better in the first 2 minutes of a game. I found myself stalling a lot because I've been playing too much King of the Hill. Not so good, and not so good for the Road to 25 series on our channel. I have managed to scrape out a few wins recently, but I've also done a lot of sloppy play in those first 5 minutes, which I really do need some help on. Any coaches out there, hit me up.
Quite a fun series. Check it out. Just for those lower ranked players that are looking to come up through the game. I do remember when I was starting, I got down to 7 OS and just jumped on YouTube and watched how certain players played. I think distracted a lot of players starting in the middle really tight. I wonder if we're going to see some co-op eco in this middle again.
Yes. Yeah. Just while we think of it, do you mind just posting those rules in the chat again, just so that they are very visible in the game?
Yeah, we'll do. Can never do that enough. I have been spamming.
Yes.
Stay off the ramps all night.
Yes, that is a really big one. If you don't follow any of the other rules, it's still a problem, but it's easier to deal with. Stay completely off of the ramps until 10 minutes. More than welcome to do whatever you want on the ramps after 10 minutes. Just stay off the ramps after 10 minutes. Before 10 minutes. Basically, the point that you should not be on those ramps is if your units can walk down the corners, it's still okay to be that deep, but if they can't, you can't be that deep. That is the limit. Looks like we've got a vote passed to start this one. Looking in the middle, a lot of kings starting very, very close to that center. I actually prefer the starting position of the yellow king. That yellow king is very, very close to 2 mechs, and it does mean that they do not have to walk anywhere near as far to get them. It also means that there is less confusion with where people should be going. I hope there's some pretty interesting tactics going on here, because we're leaving what looks to be an entire lane potentially open, or we're going to see some very interesting mech spots. We did see some absolutely great co-op last time, so maybe that is what's going on. After seeing that, they want a bit of a repeat. Tank Tom, you're in here. You haven't said much. Why don't you give us a rundown of the rules? I'm going to throw you in the deep end, and then I want you to give us a rundown of what you're expecting from the different player positions, from the kings, the corners, and the front line players. Give my voice a slight rest. Camera's not going to move for the next 30 seconds or so, because I'm going to grab myself a really quick drink.
So for the King of the Hill, the main rule that we've got is no rush for 10 minutes. The peasants stay around the outside. The kings have got all of the space within the middle that they're allowed to take. And then after 10 minutes, it's basically game on. Ideally, both teams will eco as hard as they can for the first 8 minutes or so. Then you want to make sure that you've got an army and defenses up and ready, because if you don't, then whatever's coming through has a fantastic job of making it all the way in. And if you don't have things ready, it doesn't take long for things to fall. With this map, one of our community members, Chronographer, has done a great job of flattening it out for us. So we've got relatively shallow ramps. Vehicles can move up them without any major slowdowns, but you've only got those ramps as the entry points to the top of the hill. And based off the round or two that we've done this evening, it's a much more even fight compared to having the typical ramps on this map, which are rather aggressive and give a huge bonus to whoever's fighting down the hill. Yeah, I can see that just some of the comments from the chat. It's not a free-for-all, so all of the players that are outside this outer ring here are all on one team, and their goal is to get into the middle. The players in the middle have a 50% bonus just based on how many players we've got around the outside. As we've done these, we've tweaked them slightly just based on averages to try and have it be a relatively even fight, where it's somewhat 50-50 for both sides. And the players in the middle get that bonus, so then they can build up the bigger ecos and have the armies ready to be able to hold off the horde at that 10-minute mark. So it's typical that the peasants will have a larger eco, but because it's distributed across all of the players rather than in a few key powerhouses, it's generally easier for the kings to punch on out. But with so many peasants, they can lose a couple of players before it becomes critical. And when you've got the support of the players behind you, it's not uncommon that even if you do fall, there's the opportunity to reset and come back into it.
Interesting you said hold at 10 minutes. What's been probably more visible in the last couple of weeks of King of the Hill is at that 10-minute mark. It's usually the kings that are doing most of the aggression, which personally it doesn't make sense to me. There are, in this case, 40 peasants around the outside, and as we've experienced before, if you get a ton of T1 units at that 10-minute mark, peasants, you will win. If you push
as
in,
we saw in the last game, if the kings don't get a chance to push out, you can't leave the peasants alone for too long, because they will just keep on building up that eco, and sooner or later they're going to come charging through with the T3 army.
Yes, just a couple of things. Some units did try to walk their way down the ramp, or sorry, up the ramp. They were smited. Make sure to stay off those ramps, everybody. Another one that I just really want to quickly point out, with all of these comms in the bottom right-hand side, we did get a T2 lab out before the 3-minute mark, and it has been distributing T2s around the area. This is going to be one scary corner with so many comms, build power, working on getting units out for everyone. And I do like the team focus. Getting that metal out to everyone is really important. The other T2 labs coming up in the other corners as well, just not quite as fast as that one.
Yeah,
Looking
once
in the
you
middle,
can have those T2 mexes up, it makes a huge difference for those frontline players. Because once you've got a couple of T2 mexes, you can run your spam lines or your, expand into a T2 army. Whereas without those, it gets real thin at the front.
Yes, it does. Trying to defend one of those ramps, if your eco player hasn't helped you get to T2, is a near impossible task. If a king brings its full might down on you to bear, you really do have to work together as this one. The way that I like to think about it is that the peasants combine into 8 effective players, 4 ecos, 1 in each corner, and 4 mid to early game defenses, which are the 4 quarters close to the middle. Got to make sure that you do your absolute best to keep your ecos alive, and to make sure the kings don't break into it. Because if the kings get a very early break into one of these top corners, they can move themselves out onto these outer edges and reclaim a huge amount of metal, which they then get a 45% bonus on. They can also take over all of those mexes and start sieging, not just from the middle, but from around the sides, adding to the number of fronts the peasants have to deal with. Just some quick notes that I didn't hear whether you added them because I was grabbing that drink. Legion and extra units are on for this one, which is a little different, but it did work quite well last time. We got to see some of the big new stompy units. And we're seeing some of these T2 wind turbines too, which is an interesting tech path, and I do quite like seeing people getting into and using these alternative methods. The T2 winds cost 370 energy, 370 metal, and they can produce, I think it is 10 times the current wind value, which means that when it's peaking, they're producing 200, so you only need 5 of them to be the equivalent of a fusion. So they potentially can be half the cost of a fusion, and on average, they will meter out to be very similar, but you get the power in stages, which is very, very nice.
Whereabouts are those in the game? I haven't seen them.
Bottom right.
Bottom right.
Ah, very nice.
Yes.
I'm hearing shots. That's not a great sign.
No, that means somebody has built things
that's
that they should not have built.
There was a case of tick going up the hill. Stay off the ramps, people.
Yes.
There's the post again in the middle of the screen.
But, if only a very small fraction of players break that rule, then we are well ahead of the average game. This is a fraction too low, fraction too high, but I'm not going to ping that one. It is within the margin of error.
While we wait for that 10-minute mark to hit, the Kings have been sitting there rehydrating, reconsidering their life choices of these first 10 minutes. What they're going to do is get probably a bunch of units to start coming out in about 20 to 30 seconds and hopefully push down 1 or 2 spots, breaking the peasants' lines. As they're doing that, they need to continue to expand that eco, because as you can see at the top right of your screen, the peasants' eco is definitely ahead thanks to the sheer number of them around the map. Scaling is the key for the Kings, getting to the T3 level first and then taking advantage of that, and then getting to the scale of T3 plus spam and then beyond. AllReason.
A player that lost the ticks, not quite understanding the concept, sending more units up to that high ground position. And those have been destroyed again. That's right, people will learn slowly. We just to note, we do have a couple of the wonderful devs devs and community managers in the lobby that are assisting with that. Thank you very much to you guys. big thank you to Flo and Nightmare that are out there making all of this possible, doing all of the changes other than the inversion, which we want to thank Chrono for, to the maps, allowing us to do these bigger lobbies. We have hit the 10-minute mark right now, and we are off to the races. The ramps are now open. Everyone is ready to go, but there is not much aggression to be had. Everyone has focused on their eco. In fact, everyone has focused on their eco, and there are no attacks inbound.
Interestingly, there's a few very undefended sections where if you happen to be pushing through, there'd be minimal resistance.
The map is
Yes,
totally
we do
open,
have some,
but no one really aggressing at all. This is the biggest stagnant 10-minute mark that we've seen. A few blitzes coming through on the north. They are not going to get very far past those. What are those called? Cacophony.
Dragon Jaws and
Cacophonies.
Cacophonies. There you go. Thank you for English, because I could not. We do have some spam units making their way through these walls, not completely defended.
Correct choice
and
there to run them straight on in.
Yes, good choice. See what damage you can get done. There are still a couple of units up here to help clean it up, but it does look like they will be slowed down by ramming into its defensive units. Can't get the shots off. Wow, that was a tough look. And this one unit is going,
Just
10%,
So close to getting the
shot.
collateral as well.
And
And
that
that
would have
shows-
taken out the build power. It would have taken out the wind as well, because it is all stacked together. That would have been quite the devastation.
Who do you think has the bigger
Goodness.
advantage from inaction at the start of these games? So just allowing those ecos to scale.
If
I think
the
it's the peasants.
I think it's the opposite. I think it's the Kings. If the Kings know that they can stay alive till the 12-minute mark, then they can go straight into Aphis instead of anything else. You could get and if you have an Aphis, you can create ludicrous amounts of units and continue scaling Aphis at the same time. If you let the Kings, if I saw this state of play right now, I would be cancelling all of my unit production and whacking down Aphis build power and trying to see just how far I could get this, because that plus 45% it's plus 45% energy, which means that you're getting, instead of getting 3,000 out of an Aphis, you're getting closer to 4,500. That means that you can build, instead of building four converters, you build 6. Each one of those is giving you 14.5 instead of 10, which means that you are on a ridiculous 60-ish. You're on a ridiculous 60-ish metal out of a single Aphis. That is just so. Sorry, not 60. You're on a ridiculous 90-ish metal out of an Aphis.
Let's keep an eye on the economy. It's at around the 80% advantage for the peasants. We'll check back in there shortly.
Yes. Do have an attack in the top right coming in towards the Kings. A couple of Sheldons doing as much damage as they can, but a large amount of grunts heading in. They are going to miss the units at the moment, though, because they are heading to block the ramp instead of take on the units. Couple heading through and dying to the brutes, but a few will make it in. I'm just noticing a lot of these mexes are still actually T1, which is definitely not going to help economy-wise. This one
Check
hero
out
grunt
the,
getting...
grunts on the bottom of the screen.
Bottom
We
side.
have a lot, 63 grunts.
Oh,
that
dear.
Are going to definitely... They're being microed properly.
Great
They
to
are
see
being
them
spread
being
out.
spread.
We're going to see at least some eco down. I think this army will find its middle value quite nicely.
That
The
it
Napalm
will.
doing a lot of work, though. Napalm doing a ridiculous amount of work.
We will see a chain
Yeah.
reaction if one of these pop. Yep, there they go.
There we go. Couple of those going down. Might not manage to get
Look at
this.
these converters. They'll just go pop. Build power, then converters.
Oof. Unfortunately, that attack should have done way more than it actually did. I am quite surprised. I was expecting all of that eco to go down, but it did not. And now we do have, while this has been going on, the top side has started sending the spam through. It has broken through, but it doesn't look like it's going to get a lot of damage done, and it's just some extra metal right now for the players at the top. Another set trying to break through down here. We do have a couple of Decurions. These units, when they rank up, become absolutely insane. A high-ranking Decurion is going to absolutely destroy spam like you couldn't believe. Looking up at the top left, a second big attack is coming at this fortified position. These Cacophonies and the Dragon Jaws doing a good job at taking out a lot of that T1, but there is now the Welders and Snipers that are pushing through. That defense has now fallen. Some Sheldons coming in from the side to dish damage, but with only a handful of Sheldons, that is a lot of Welders to punch through. If the player is playing smart, they'll take out the units that are walking towards
Sheldons
them.
being walked straight into Welders is not a good sign for the Sheldons. Same with the Deceiver and the Radar.
Would love to see that wind farm going down.
Go, get in there. Get in there.
Some more build. We have a short out
Ooh,
just explaining how to avoid what's about to happen.
Come on. These units, like these wind farm, like the Legion wind farms, are just not detonating. I think the T2. Oh, it's the T2 construction turrets. They're so powerful that they're getting tons of healing on and preventing all of them from going down. It's interesting just how much more effective those T2s are at preventing those chain reactions than the T1 turrets are.
They're sniping back.
It does look like the pink side, though, is now the one in trouble. They do have a Inferno here to defend, but it's going up against Snipers, Fat Boys, and Spam, and it doesn't look like there is a lot to come in on the right to defend.
We need to keep this attack going here on the right-hand side, and I don't see enough that's going to get here quick enough. Those two Cacophonies are going to maybe deal with the spam, but the snipers will take them out shortly. Fat Boy is going to do
very little response from the Kings coming out.
Yes, got to be pinging this. But would I be wrong in saying that a player has left? Yes, a king has left. Well, the second highest, the second spot king in the list has left, and now the pink player is having to move over to this side to try to take on the responsibilities that they have left behind. Unfortunate that has happened.
A ghost in the middle of the map that has been damaged but not been killed. So, what is the been seen now?
No,
yeah,
that's unfortunate.
The ghosts have recently been updated for those wondering. Post update, they were changed to have an 8-second stun, I believe. Now it is still 8 seconds on units, but it's back to the 20 seconds on structures, which I love, because I love seeing a ghost or a spectre getting into the back lines, taking out a anti-nuke, and then that dreadful nuke raining down on a base, undoing everything you've done for the last 15 minutes.
That Fat Boy is getting a lot of work done on that big ball of spam from Pink.
Oh, that was, it does go down finally, but we did catch one of those shots. But while this has been happening, Sheldon's managing to self-damage a large chunk of their build power as Tix or other spam units ran past into that base area. It does look like the Kings are in a bit of trouble in this one. Some big pushes going down the hills, but it does look like everything that is here, everything that's needed to defend is here. These Fat Boys dishing the damage, the LLTs and the Pitbulls cleaning things up. Some have managed to get past, but they need to be microed correctly and into the... They have to get into the build power, but they did not. Great D-guns out of Spice Rub.
Looking back in on that eco, I've been watching it. It hasn't changed that much. We are still around that 80%, so both teams scaling relatively evenly, even with that bonus. So that just means the Kings obviously aren't building quite as much, but they're ecoed with an extra 50% bonus. Usually 45% in our King of the Hill games, but few lower chevron players, so we decided to up that by 5%, especially because the Kings have not won one on this map yet tonight. They did win on Claymore, the first game of the night. Unfortunately, this map, the only one able to facilitate so many players. Bunch of grunts running through, but cleaning up by more grunts on the top right of the map there.
Yes.
Sniper
Cynthia
slowly
is
bottom side.
doing it. Yes.
Oh,
Marauders coming up the ramp. I wonder if these are going to get through on the bottom right hand side of the map.
Yes, they are.
Are fast. They
And they're
are
gonna
weak,
make it in.
but they are strong at the same time. There is a big farmer build power that we should be able to see detonated. We just go straight in. What is the vision for this
Just
player?
having a look at the player view,
You can
they
see the
do know
Aphis.
that it's there. They can see the Aphis, they do know where they're going.
That was the use
And
for
Arbiters, whilst they are a good unit, they're not so good against such fast
no.
movers. Chain
Oh,
reaction of the
no.
wind. This is going to be a big problem. The conversion going down. The unit's actually getting eaten quite quickly by these T2. These T2 constructors are actually quite hard to push down. I would just take this section over here and kill the
And
Aphis,
that's
kill
exactly
the
what
build
they're
power,
doing.
get done what
Oh,
you
no.
can.
Just ram him in there.
Indecision.
Pop the build power. Just keep moving. Split the units. Oh
No,
no!
keep moving,
4 in
keep
1
moving.
gun.
Great D-gun.
Great D-gun there, but you got to
wow.
keep those units moving. The power of the early T3 from Cortex is its speed. You have to use it, and if you don't,
Armada.
then something like that. Sorry, Armada. Then something like that will happen. Kings so far really struggling to get out of the circle. We haven't really had any overly successful attacks from the Kings at this point.
This right hand side
Just
still looking very
doing their
weak.
best to hold on.
Ticks coming through in mass. I think they should be cleaned. Oh, maybe not. We don't have any welders there. We do have these I cannot pronounce that word. Call them something else.
Cacophonies.
Cacophonies. A good old
Rolling goals
cacophony.
coming through.
Can we get yes. Power of the tick. A bunch of conversion going down. And look at that.
I think that
Jamie
was
Alex
the
Ritter.
arbiters landing shots on the
No, it was
conversion
a
where the tick
demon.
was.
It's the demon.
Oh, or yeah. So unfortunately, the tick is mightier than the sword in this case. Manages to stand in the right position and die for a good cause.
Got an
That
epic
build
front
power
down
shuts
that
down.
bottom
That-
side.
All right, the
Losing
eco
that
is
build
starting to
power
get
shuts
away
down.
for the from the Kings as the corners are really amassing those Aphises. Every single corner, getting quite a few up.
And this is often what happens if you don't manage to get out and kill some of the peasants in that first like 10 to 15 minutes. By the time they get to 20 or so, they can often start to match some of the Kings.
Yeah, the Kings not with much of a front line. Really isn't much front line. It's more of a polite suggestion to the enemy to stop advancing. But a few demons
They're getting
really
out on that
holding these
left-hand
masses.
side and doing some damage.
I love the epic grunt. Just feels good.
Nah, I like the Pilum. The Pilum is a very nice unit.
At the start of last game,
Oh, that's in the middle.
we do have a sanctuary up. Oh yeah, they are through. No, they're
That
not.
demon though,
is-
cleaning it up
Oh.
nicely.
If they'd kept on running them straight into the middle rather than giving them that second move command, they would have exited the demon
Queens,
range.
boys. Queens on the left. These get through. Actually, no, there are way too many shoulders. That is,
Yeah,
I'm looking at the
political
fiends on the
choice.
right.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. The green fiends. If they go straight through the arbiters will miss them.
They
Hopefully
are
get their stuff.
in there.
No. Self D.
Oh no,
Too much
not quite.
firepower right there.
The distraction has meant some ticks have gone further north. And we can maybe get to this build power here.
Ooh,
If they
there.
get microed, they are not being microed. It
Yeah, not.
hurts.
If in doubt, give them the move command that runs them straight through the bases and out the other side.
Yes. And then throw a fight command backwards in the other direction. Only takes a moment, and it means that you'll get something interesting happen at the minimum.
Things stopping the scaling of eco from what I can see. The light pink player is the only one that has currently got a build queue out of their T2 constructor. Everyone else focusing on, actually sorry, both pinks, focusing on units, which is very much needed with the state of the game right now. any peasants fallen at all. We do have some of these pillars on the left-hand
There's
side taking out the first
Some
one. I
damage
think.
that's been done on the left.
Yes.
Fusion's going down. Build power is what you want to aim for. You really want to aim for that build power and the converters first because they fall so quickly and chain react.
Red
That crazy.
looks to be in trouble here.
Yes, there is a pillar push that is heading straight into the red base conversion right around the labs, as well as right near the build power, and the APHIS does allow for a big chunk of damage, means that the T2 turret healing not quite enough this time. Going for the APHIS does look like they're going to get the pop that chains reacts into the brown player and slightly into the pink player. That opens up an entire lane into the map, and the rest of the Pilums are heading in deeper and deeper, but there are some demons there to defend, and a nice amount of Sheldons trying to come in to close the gap.
Looking back at the pillars on the left-hand side, we have some commanders that are AFK'd at the moment, so we might see one go down, pop, and they're continuing through, but there is an epic pulsar up, which is taking these out in about one shot, I reckon. A massive reload on
It
that
looks
thing.
like they're gonna make it into that back corner though.
Pilum versus epic grunts.
Epic grunts are going to do a decent amount right here. They are... Actually, it does
Pretty
take
epic.
quite a while for the epic grunt to kill one, but yes, doesn't look like they're going to get quite through. We do have mass spam coming in, trying to break through this area now that its defenses have been blown up by APHIS, but Razorbacks standing strong, and these cacophonies over here with 100 combined kills doing some nice work. Green, though, is now pushing in force. They do have snipers with welders in front of them, as well as a spam line. These guys, if they can be positioned right, should be able to punch in nicely. That
Razorbacks
is
is
enough
going to get this
snipers.
APHIS. I don't see anything stopping these two Razorbacks in time. This eco is holding together with duct tape right now, and I'm not sure that there's that much duct tape on it.
This shows that power of having some spam running through.
There it goes. In the final breaths of those Razorbacks, absolutely destroyed. And that is bringing the Kings down under 1,000 income when they're not reclaiming, which is going to be a big problem when you consider that the peasants are sitting well and truly at the 4,500 mark. Kings have held admirably, but unfortunately they weren't able to get out and destroy the peasants while they are weak, and they didn't take the opportunity to scale to an absolutely insane degree when they were left to their own devices. We do have some good pushes happening down on this left side, but I think this might be a little bit too late with just a couple of epic grunts, and we're now down to one epic grunt left, getting taken out by pulsars. Epic pulse, nope, just regular pulsar. Pilums trying to make their way up the hills, but unfortunately there is plenty of defenses here, as well as Pilums of the peasants coming out to block this as well. Don't think they'll be pushing through there anytime soon, as the Green Army, the welders and the snipers that I mentioned before, are now cutting their way into the very center of the map and heading towards some of the last eco centers available.
From those early predictions, it does look like that the peasants got the advantage over that inaction at the 10-minute mark. You gotta remember, as Kings, like, it's a race. It's kind of like any game of bar. If you are the first to the next level of technology, or the tactic of maybe a mass amount of certain type of unit, be the first to use it, and then you're the most likely to win. We just see a self-D or a, oh no, we've got some
I
scuffles.
do believe some units got in.
Scuffles are the name of the game here.
If you're not actively killing someone, they're going to be getting stronger.
Yes, if it does go past that 10 minutes, and you as the Kings have built units and aren't aggressive with them, you're going to have a problem, because you have to scale the eco harder than the peasants can scale their eco if both sides are not being aggressive. Doing a middle ground approach just does not work, and that's why we recommend aggression. If the Kings can push out in 8 points very strongly at the 10-minute mark, that is absolutely going to cripple all of the peasants except for maybe the 4 corners, and then you get a very long reprieve where you can consolidate yourself and go for the win.
Cynthia doing everything Obviously having to cover a couple lanes there more than you usually would as a king, doing very well. But yeah, that inaction, I think, from the kings maybe lost that for him. Definitely a few lower chevs on the king side, which we definitely do also encourage. Getting in there and testing out your APM, you're only going to get better the more you play this game and test out your skills. It was a fun one, but a good win for the peasants. Very strong from all avenues.
Indeed, looking at that damage dealt, you can see just how well Pink did. If you had a couple of players on the team dealing that much damage, I suspect the things would have switched around. You do bear in mind that they did have 2 lots of eco, but only for a short amount of time. Most of it was taken out when they took it over. One of the things to really note is that one of the light blue teal sort of colored players absolutely slamming that damage along with the darkish purple. Massive work out of those 2 peasants in breaking in and doing a very, very good job. Quick look at the metal produced. Absolutely smashed it from a couple of kings, but a couple of the peasants running only just below the line of the top 5 kings. Phenomenal work right there. Let's jump on out of this one and set up the next one.
I've got time for one more. What about you guys? You got 1 or 2?
I got the one.
Yeah, just the one for me.
All right, we better call it to
After-
everyone that this is going to be the last one.
Oh.
Did that just crash?
It did just crash.
Almost feels like a sign. We will try and get one more in though, because we do know that some people were waiting in that queue.
Yes. Good opportunity to bounce back in. With it, if you haven't had a chance to play tonight, just keep an eye out for that lobby to open back up. Should be a nice shuffle of the players.
Nightmare just setting up a lobby for us, obviously, in the background, making sure it's set up correctly so that we don't crash again. So we'll just give him a bit. Once again, for everyone watching, we do have the Alpha Cup Day 2 coming up on this same channel, on the official Beyond All Region Twitch and YouTube. Make sure you go have a snack, sit around for about an hour after our stream, and then the likes of, I think, I should probably check who's hosting this one tonight before I announce who's hosting it. I'll just say some of the best streamers in the game will be hosting this one again today, same as yesterday. They did a great job, kept it exciting for everyone for about 7.5 hours, I think it was. Big day for casters rotating through the games. A lot of action, a lot of really great games, and we are going to see the best of the best fight it out for Season 5 Alpha Cup title coming up next. So yeah, stick around. What is happening? What is happening? I think it's crashed again. Nightmare's back out.
Yes, does look like there's a little bit of lobby trouble, but this is to be expected when we are tripling the effective capacity of a lobby, and then on top of that throwing in another large group of spectators. Just remember, lobbies are usually 16 people, and if you include the spectators, we are throwing 80 at the problem at some points tonight.
Yeah. Just having a quick look at some of the other lobbies that are open at the moment. Most of them have got 20 players or less in them.
And the fact that it can handle this is quite impressive. Just wanted to give a big shout out to everyone who is watching right now. We've got 46 viewers on YouTube and 140 on Twitch. So we're sitting up at 186 plus whoever is watching on the AllReasonNoLogic side of things. So a nice big community out here. Good day, retired downward. Thanks for joining us, and let's check out what is going on in Twitch. We've had some subs that have been given away. Congratulations to Jiffy, Jite, Colo. going to stop reading out names because I'm going to butcher them, but congratulations to everyone who did manage to get a sub from an anonymous gifter, and a big thanks to that anonymous gifter. Thank you very, very much. Next time I do have to grab a drink, I will lock the camera on to someone. That's a really good idea. King of the Pit, we like to call it King of the Hole if they're in the hole. However, we did invert Raptor Crater, so they were sitting nicely on top. Looks like the lobby is back up, and I'm going to jump into that. Nope, it's locked. I'm not going to jump into that one. Let's keep looking down. No way the inner team wins. That time, you are correct. They did not win this one, but we have seen plenty of wins out of the Kings. It does come down to how much damage they can do to the peasants early on, or if they eco hard enough that they can take on the peasants even as they all scale. Should have Twitch predictions running. I don't know what that is, but I will find out and see if we can. But this is the official Beyond All Reason channel, so we don't have full control. They're just gracious enough to let us stream to them. Not enough iOS in the Kings, unfortunately, so that time, but they did do a very good job. Can barely hear the casters. All right, we'll try to adjust the volume a little bit. I know that it does differ between Twitch and YouTube. We're definitely a slight bit louder on YouTube. Love the extra units. Yeah, it's working.
When the battles get quite loud, it is covering our voices a little bit. We'll do a little bit better to get closer to our microphones when those shots are being fired.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see if we can get a bit of a closer game then if that one was two in the favour of the peasants. You are right, no Kings to win yet. We'll note with a lot of people here, we are approaching that 1,000 sub mark on our channel. I am thinking when we do get to the 1,000, we'll do a little bit of a celebration and host one of these on the opposite side of the world's preferred time. So 12 hours apart from where we usually host that. It'll be a Sunday morning our time, I think Saturday night European time, and mid Saturday for the American time. Okay.
Yes, I would love to see some special maps for the larger styles. I would love to see something very similar to Raptor Crater, just with the ability for us to block off an entire area with lava for the first 10 minutes and then let it free. Give that extra little bit of space. Also, just space it out just enough that the artillery buildings cannot possibly hit the eco of the Kings during that first 10 minutes. Yes, free giveaway bar. There's a free bar giveaway at the moment. Everyone who wants to play the game, though I suspect, considering a lot of you are here in chat watching it, that you already are playing the game, just head on to the website, grab it for free. Phenomenal game. We wouldn't be doing this if we didn't like the game as much as we do.
Do you want me to jump on in there with you this time around, Twig?
If you can
I
win.
reckon we'd like to see Tank Tom and Twig in the middle. What do you guys say? Oh, chat's giving lots of yeses for that, so let's do it. There we go. We've got bonuses set up. Thanks for doing that, Tank Tom. And it does look like there are a few less Kings around the outside. We did lose some of the players with the lobby transitioning over, but that is always to be expected. Fingers crossed that plenty of them come back.
All right, let's ready up and get this one under the way for the final game of our night. Tom, you better freaking win this for us. I want another golden cow out of you tonight.
I don't think it's going to be quite as successful as the last one I was in.
We've just had a 9th King jump down the bottom. Need to move them back up.
They have jumped back up. We did have a King that jumped out and then has jumped back in again. Just going to take the opportunity right now while the lobby is doing its thing to take just a quick moment to rest my voice as we head into that last game. It does take a toll talking for several hours straight. We're up to 3.5 right now, so just let Twig and Tank Tom fill in the gap for the moment.
Big thanks again to those getting involved, Nightmare and Flo, helping us get through these sorting out the bugs, and I just love how they can delete units mid-game. Anyone that's breaking the rules just suddenly, oh, where did my unit go? Also to
Can
Shadow
I has that
for...
power?
I want it mid-game while I'm the king. Also
I want it
to
mid
Shadow
game so I can
for
delete Twig.
sorting out the streams for us when we're joining the bar stream. That's a big help as well, and we enjoy being here very much. Okay, human being, I hope you're there. Got some higher chevron kings here, maybe slightly lower average OS, so I'm going to use that as my excuse if we lose this one. But I'm going to give us the best shot I can.
No, you
really,
forgot Twig. It's because you're starting to learn grid keys.
Yeah, I'm learning grid keys.
You've still
for
got another
next
6 months on
year.
that one.
Yeah. Please ready up, people. We're going to get this one under the way. Oh, it's a download, not ready. I reckon maybe we lock that team off now. Three seconds, big bag bear and smackables. Just getting those last couple players to ready up, and then we will finish the night, hopefully with the Kings win, because I am one. Same with Tank Tom. Okay, we're in, we're good to go. Paste the rolls. And Tom, why don't you drag yourself and myself out of the casting booth so that we can't hear all praise commentary, which would quite a lot help us in game.
There we go.
I hope he was back from his water, actually.
I completely missed that one. Are we allowed to link our
Please
YouTube
choose your
in the
starting location.
Discord chat? Because someone's asking where our videos are.
Yeah, just go for it.
Ah, they didn't do a thing.
Tom, picking your lane yet? Ah, I forgot to set it as
Yeah, that was why I was.
whoopsie, that's going to take a long time for the rest of the players in the Peasants team to pick their spots. Oh well.
Do I? I was gonna go because whilst I'd love to use the other units,
I just hope we don't leak.
Battle started.
should be. Oh, that's nice.
Battle paused.
Oh wow, blue come in the middle.
Oh, that puts it right in the middle, doesn't it?
Not much we can do about that. Hopefully the devs can remove and replace somewhere else.
I suspect that is exactly what's about to happen.
Usually I'd go welders on this map. I don't think I've been to king while it's been inverted for a while. Maybe
Oh,
vehicles
I
is
want to
the
go
better thing to go.
Jags.
Enemy commander
Hmm.
destroyed. Battle started.
What can we do with a beautiful 50% bonus? Crazy how much faster the commander gets these construction bots out. From 24 seconds to 4 seconds.
And you gotta build tower.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Hear that commie eco going off in the background?
Yep.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. Battle paused.
We got people down the bottom side there.
Oh, oops, I'm pressing the wrong buttons. Alright, well, let's resume that one.
Battle started. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
Oh, winds
Low
dropped
power.
to 2. That hurts.
Yeah, it does.
That's why you must build an energy storage twig.
Enemy commander
5 minutes
destroyed.
left.
No, I haven't played. Oh. Wait, I can build these. Big boys.
seconds, not looking good for me.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit tight. I'm hearing foodies.
That's on me. 10 minutes is up.
T2 unit detected.
See what we can find. Ah, there are wolves blocking things off.
We got spam coming up. Very questionable. I need to keep the eco happening.
Yeah, you do.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Hitting me hard.
Oh yeah, you're in trouble over there, aren't you?
Yeah, we've lost the player next to me. Doesn't have an eco. Alright, what do I do to get through this?
Enemy commander destroyed.
I need a different tactic.
Enemy commander destroyed.
What am I doing? I can just run that.
No. They're not doing too good, am I?
Big boy. Make big boy things.
commander destroyed. Enemy
twice now.
commander destroyed.
Am I gonna break through?
Enemy commander destroyed.
We're doing some good work over here.
Oh, we have a player next to me that's doing absolutely nothing, so very big risk. Holy shit. Realize how much build power I have. Oh man, that's not good.
You're overflowing metal. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
That's what we like to hear.
T3 unit detected. Enemy commander destroyed.
Whatever they've got up there, it shoots a long way.
Oh, what? This stuff, part of my base just blew up. Must have
You're overflowing metal.
my T2 lab just blew up.
Sneaky boys.
Enemy commander destroyed. Stealthy units detected.
I should build a cruiser.
I'm getting so hammered. I'm like, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm dead. That's my base going.
I've cleared this corner.
Tactical missile
If I
launcher
could have like
detected.
something long range to take out all this crap, that'd be great. T3 unit over here, please, Tom. Oh, that's yellow, that's got T3.
Yeah.
You're overflowing metal.
There's a couple that will be on their way over.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Oh, put down a T3 lab.
You've received new units. T3 unit is ready.
You're still holding right over there, Twig?
Just thankfully people are sent.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Do want is some more tea. What do I need? I need a bot. Give it.
An allied commander has died. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
We coming.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Okay, time to scale again.
Tactical missile launcher detected.
It's a big shooty boy.
Tactical missile launcher detected. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander
Oh, you've got an
destroyed.
open ramp there.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
There's an ungodly amount of there. I'm gonna go pop that top left corner.
Enemy commander destroyed. EMP missile silo detected.
vanilla.
Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
They popped an eco center. That's rude. Now they get to die.
You're overflowing metal. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
That was the last one.
Let's go. That was tough at the start.
We did it.
Got fruit.
Hmm.
Let's go join prey.
Battle ended.
Very greedily into those aphis, and the peasants did not punish them, which meant that the kings came off to a very, very strong start. Very good job from the kings to recognize that all of the games tonight so far have not had much aggression out of the peasants, and they did try to get that extra 2 minutes worth of building time, which really did set them up. Fantastic hold from Twig as well. He had to contend with a lot of players helping defend that ramp. He never managed to make it down until he got the assistance of his team, but the fact he didn't fall did mean that he did do his job and allowed everyone else to do theirs. They also supported the player that was struggling and learning the most. Great job from everyone. Let's have a quick look at those stats and get a bit of a rundown from Twig and Tank Tom, who've just joined me in the chat. How do you guys think that one went?
I was tough defending. Like combination of the lack of sleep and low APM. Actually, what was my APM? Probably pretty average compared to usual. 75.
Your APM? Your APM was not build turrets.
No, my APM was there apparently, 75. I usually don't hit that, but I definitely had not enough build turrets, especially when... Was that a scuttle that got in the base?
A scuttle got in the base, and it took you quite a while to come back online after that.
Didn't realise that all of the build turrets went back and did nothing after that. But yeah, luckily for the cream player coming across and filling the gaps, unfortunately the orange player taking a little while to come online themselves, but doing good in the end there, obviously learning King of the Hill. It was a good team game, that one. I was the weak link, I felt.
Dang, Tom, your eco positioning towards the end of the game, how did you feel about that when everything you had built went pop?
I wasn't too concerned because it wasn't all of it. This was why I built it in chunks, and I saw them crop the ramp, and I was like, "Oh, that's gonna go. Oh well, throw the army at it."
Did you forget that you hadn't cleared up that top section, or was it just not a? Or was it just a?
I knew that
too
it
many
didn't
things
have
going on.
much, and I'd cleared most of it. And I, rather than getting the critical mass to completely wipe that player, I was like, or I can just start rolling around, and if I wipe out 4 or 5 players and then come back to this one, that's going to be more beneficial for the Kings than throwing myself against the one well-defended one when I could just rotate around and find someone else to kill.
Good choices right there. Thanks, you guys, for playing. And since this one is a recording, Twitch, you're just going to have to listen to us sign out on this one. Thanks, everyone, for watching. If you enjoyed, please like and subscribe. Jump on down to the comments to comment on how everyone did in the match. And if you enjoyed the game, jump on into our Discord, link in the description. Thanks, everyone, for watching. We will catch you next time. All right, now, stream. This is basically the end for us tonight. We are well and truly into the late AMs, into the late night AMs. We do appreciate everyone who came on and watched. Twig has a message about the tournament that is coming up a little bit after this one.
We are actually being spammed in chat. One more game, because it bridges us to the Alpha Cup. It is very late for us, guys. Like, I have been working, I think it's my 16th day straight, and getting up at 5 every day. So, I mean, by all means, come next week. We're here every week. These games are on every week. We will do a later game when we hit those 1,000 subscribers. So we would love it if you guys jump on our YouTube to get us to that goal. We're not far off, and when we're there, we'll get up early, and so you guys don't have to, those tuning in from the opposite side of the world, which is, I think, the majority of you.
Yes. Just to answer a couple of the quick questions in chat, Megazor, what is the total win rate for Kings on this map? It depends on whether you're talking about the very, very large games or whether or not we're talking about the standard ones. In the standard ones, the Kings are slightly favored. In the very large ones, the peasants are slightly favored. Once you start going over 40 peasants, you do start to get a little bit peasant favored.
Okay. I think they might be doing another one by the looks of things, but we'll say, guys, whether this here or obviously Praetor's stream's going to end, the Beyond All Reason stream will be back up and running very shortly for the Alpha Cup Day 2. You see the likes of some of the best players being cast by some of the best casters in 1v1 tournaments. We're up to the final stages, so we're seeing, I think, games of 3, best of 3s or best of 5s at this stage. Awesome event. I've learned a lot from the 1v1s in my past. When I was a lower OS, I started watching 1v1 games, learning the maps, getting build orders down and well practiced, and my OS shot really high up after watching those games. So whether you want to learn from the best or whether you just love to watch absolute domination on the battlefield, tune in for the Alpha Cup shortly on these channels. And let's just catch up on what's happening here. It's without me. I don't know what they're saying there. Handing over to you guys. I need to get to bed.
Yes.
So
We
Yeah.
really appreciate everyone. We do all have work early in the morning tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Enjoy the Alpha Cup, and we really appreciate everyone who stuck around and watched us as we force our silly game mode onto the community.
all right, and it does look like Flo is doing one more just to bridge the gap. I'm not sure if he'll take over the stream. We shall see. But yeah, once again, thank you very much. Get us to the 1,000 subs, and we won't be ending these so early in the day. Next Sunday, we will be casting this, and it will be going longer because it is a public holiday on Monday. So happy to stay up late, and you guys can ask me one more game as many times as you like. Okay.
Thanks, everyone, and we will catch you next time.
See ya.